Stills. 8 days out to the NFL draft. 8 days until we get to the NFL draft. I went back and I watched that Howie Roseman presser. And boy, do we have a lot of content off that presser. I'm not sure what to believe. You know, what's crazy is I go over to my Twitter page. We bring up some issues with some things that we would like some answers to. And you get criticized for asking questions about a football team that's underachieved for 30 years. And you have set a bar here where you're hoping that the franchise does some of the right things. But to me, again, Howie and Associates at that press conference yesterday, that pre-draft presser, was filled with arrogance at best. Don't ever question a conversation that somebody asked a legitimate question to when it came to the Hassan Reddick deal. I mean, he sat there, basically, the general manager, and he belittled the question that the reporter asked because he didn't like to answer that. All I'm asking you is, hey, man, you're going to give one of those press conferences. Don't be an asshole. There's no reason for it. Guy's there doing his gig. Guy's doing his gig. That's all. 304. Reddick signed yet? Thank you very much, dude. Don't ask the Hassan Reddick deal. Man, seems to be a pretty touchy subject there. You know what? Quite frankly, I learned a lot off that presser yesterday on how he operating and how he sees his offseason. And we're going to get into it. Look at this. I wrote down a ton of stuff here. I watched it twice. Howie Roseman, look, and I think you have to have a sense of arrogance about you when you're in a position like that. So I don't want to go too nuts on that. I think you have to be, look, confidence and arrogance are, I think, the same thing. I do. I think they're the same thing. Especially when you're in a high-powered position like that to make that kind of decisions. I learned a lot, though. And quite frankly, I think there was a lot of things that were answered for me on who actually runs that football team. Okay, some people are really looking dumb after saying Reddick would get a $30 million a year contract. Crowley, I told you, he'll never get that. He didn't even get a pay raise in New York. Do you understand how shitty that deal is? And he is getting a pick. He's right. It's contingent whether it's a second or third. That's all he had to say. But quite frankly, get this. Why don't you just keep the guy? Make him play through his final year. Keep him on the team. And he had a problem answering that. You know why? He can't. It's a shitty move. There are so many things that were answered. And by the way, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pose them to you. I'm going to pose them to you. And you tell me if I read them right. And then we can all be on the same page. Get this. What was this? Reddick was never going to get $30 million. Reddick was never going to get $17 million. Reddick was never going to get $15.5. They didn't want the player. They didn't want the player anymore for whatever reason. And by the way, I told you it was because Vic didn't want him. We learned so much on who runs that football team with that press conference. And I'm going to make a point to you. And again, I'm going to play all of this out for you. Okay? By the way, what was Nick Sirianni doing at that press conference? He has no say in anything. What was he there for? the theatrics of it. Even when asked the question, he had to defer to Howie. What exactly is he doing there? So did you watch the press conference where Nakobe Dean came out? I didn't, okay? Senor, we're all going to get on the same page today. I'm going to make it a priority for everyone and all of us in case I read something wrong here. Okay? We're all going to get on the same page. By the way, at 3:30, we're simulcasting with Cowboy Nation and Eagle Nation. The two best rivals in the NFC East are going to go back and forth. And I'm going to drill Mark on his Cowboys, and he is going to try to drill me on the Eagles. And if you have questions in the chat box at the time, and they're good, I'll pose them to him. So we're simulcasting with his Dallas Cowboy followers and subscribers and ours here at JAKIB. That's at 3:30. Okay? We're going to start doing a ton of that. By the way, we're going to do that every Wednesday at 3:30. Okay? Steve goes, drill Mark, please. I don't really think it's that hard. Hey, personally, it's not about drilling Mark. It's about asking what the Cowboys aren't doing. It's not going to be that hard to drill, Steve, the Cowboys when you haven't done crap this offseason or for 30 years. How hard is that going to be? It's got nothing to do with Mark. It's got everything to do with the team he covers. And look at Senor. That's going to be a short-ass conversation. Sills, confidence and arrogance can yield positive outcomes. When they turn into ego and pride, they become negatives. That's a great take. That's a spectacular take. Spectacular. All right. Big Sills takeaways from General Manager Howie Roseman's pre-draft presser. Okay. Did he not say in that presser that Vic Fangio, for the last 3 years, has had input in the personnel and has been mentors to the last two coordinators? He said that. Howie Roseman said that. Well, my take on Hassan Reddick not being on the Philadelphia Eagles, when all of you questioned me and said that was not his decision. Turns out it was. From the general manager's mouth. It was Fangio's call not to have Hassan Reddick on the team. Confirmed. Yes or no? I'll pull my trigger finger up for the company. Yes or no? That was Vic's call. That Reddick's not on this team. Hold on, LJ. I'm so glad LJ's here. LJ, the general manager, takeaway one, said Vic Fangio has had input over the personnel and mentorship of the last two coordinators on our defense. Yes or no? Yes. Vic Fangio didn't want Reddick on the team. Validated. Validated. Okay. Free agency out of the mouth of Roseman and Associates. Here, I want to check these off. Because I don't want to repeat myself, because I don't want to seem redundant here. Arguing with yourself? No. When everyone in here, including some of the people that I talk to, even on my company, guys getting a little upset on posting stuff. I'm right. Free agency fills gaps. No, gaps is code for mistakes. How many gaps have you filled on defense? Gardner Johnson, the two corners, two of your four, no, Huff, Devin White. 5 of your starting 11 are mistakes on defense. Free agency. How can you have half your unit with mistakes? Yes or no? Filling gaps. Validated. Gaps is code for mistakes in the draft. Yes or no? Okay. So, Hassan Reddick wasn't wanted by... Oh, no, I'm excited, not triggered. I'm excited. Oh, I'm excited because I'm right. I told you Vic Fangio didn't want, and that's why Huff's here. The mistakes in the draft, how he calls gaps. It's a slick lawyer's word. Let's move on to another one. Reddick says, or he says on the Reddick deal, it's a win-win. How is that a win-win? You don't get any restitution for 3 years. How's that a win? The Jets win. The Jets, hey, Brian, it's a win-win? Well, wait a minute. The Jets get a 3rd-round compensation pick if they don't sign him, and he goes somewhere else at the same price the Eagles were paying and would have paid this year. How's that a win for the Eagles? And since when is he going to turn that 2nd or 3rd round pick into a win when he never wins? That's right, Flex. That's not a win. That's not a win. So 3 things I've just pointed out in that fireside chat have turned out to be total bullshit. Reddick's deal, Vic didn't want him on the team. He fills his free agency or mistakes, calls them gaps. Half the defensive unit is mistakes. And you've got draft picks who are even bigger mistakes than a starting lineup in Smith and Dean. You're going to have to replace 7 of the 11 players on defense with gaps or mistakes. Okay. So the last 3 years, he's had say. All right. Here, we got a ton more here. This further validates Fangio had input in the last 2 drafts. So, in essence, these are Vic's guys. He may know how to build them, but whatever. You're right, dude. How about this? So you're trying to tell me Vic Fangio had say in the hirings of Nakobe Dean and Nolan Smith? If that's the case, this is scary. Scary. Hey, get this. Anything that LJ or anything these other guys are saying has nothing to do with what Howie exposed of your organization. This is not about me. This is the general manager answering questions about his mistakes or gap defense the last 3 years. Who has had say in the personnel? If you could get rid of Hassan Reddick, you brought in Nolan Smith and Nakobe Dean. The GM said it. The general manager said it. This is exciting. It's exciting when you know that things that you've been saying have been dead on right. No. There's no conspiracy here. Go back and watch. See, LJ is lying. I watched the presser 3 times. And I'll get to another one here. Howie makes all player decisions. He, in theory, is the head guy in the final decision of the role. When Nick was asked the question, what kind of player do you want? Well, a lot goes in. Quote, a Jeff McClain quote, a lot goes in to the decision-making that Howie has to make in the end. There's a lot of work that goes into it. And there is an app. Thank you very much, Swaggy. And when it gets down to his final decision, you know that he has done a lot of due diligence and homework on the player. In theory, Nick never answered the question. He has no say. As I told you, the man who puts every head coach that's ever been in the building since Andy Reid, the man who has put the rosters together is the GM. The coaches have no say. Zero. Validated today when Nick even said it himself. No say at all in the direction of the building of the roster. Your head coach has no say in what players he brings in. None. Howie does a lot of work, and his final decision, all you got to do is go back and watch it. These are his words, not my takes. So when your head coach is trying to build a game plan and you have lesser players and you know can't play, you got to play them anyway. Why? Because your general manager drafted them, or you're fired if you don't play them. Brian, except Vic? Yeah. Howie Roseman gives more autonomy to Vic Fangio in player decisions than the head football coach. That's what came out of that press conference. Hey, DRC is trying to spin what your GM said yesterday as me calling it negative when I'm just reiterating what they said. Am I wrong, folks? Did I read it wrong when the general manager said that the Vic Fangio's had say over the personnel the last 3 years in the direction of the team and mentorship of the last 2 coordinators? He's had a lot of say in it, which means he didn't want Reddick on the team. The Reddick deal is not a win-win. These are all things that were said yesterday. It's not regurgitating something. It's validating it. Am I reading this wrong? How am I reading that wrong? Listen yourselves. Some people refuse to listen to the truth. Sills, Howie's not wrong about free agent covering gaps, but only when you hit on your draft, when you miss in the draft, like Howie has. Free agency is a tool that is used to hide your mistakes. That's right. There'll be 7 players at the end of the day that will have to be replaced on defense by the start of September. Here's something else that, for me, tells you everything you need to know. When asked the question about the young players getting extended, especially on the offensive side, this is what he said. Well, you know this. If you get drafted in Philadelphia, you're not going anywhere. And that this is a place where you don't have to go anywhere. That's not a reason to keep a guy on the team because he was drafted to the Eagles. That's validating yourself. That is the worst thing that you can ever hear a guy say. That if you make a mistake in the draft, you'll hang on to that mistake and not move off of that mistake because you drafted him. Hence, Nakobe Dean should not be on your roster. He's not good enough. Zach Cunningham is better. Nolan Smith should not be starting. Jordan Davis should have been replaced by Milton Williams. That's not a reason to keep a guy on the team, is because you drafted him. These are all 3 things. Get this. Here's Big Trag. 3 straight playoffs. And you know what it resulted in? Nothing. Nothing. 0. 0. No. Jason says you heard what you wanted to. I'll go back over it one last time. When asked the question on personnel, direct quote from Howie Roseman. Sirianni. Howie makes a lot of time and effort with his people to do as much evaluating. And when you are looking at a player, he has done so much due diligence on that player and homework. You don't realize how much work goes into before they make their final decision and he makes the final call. Quote, he picks the roster. Exactly what Doug Peterson was saying. That's not an opinion. That's a fact, Jason. Not talking about that. I'm talking about when he said, we want to keep guys. No, he said this. You know this. When you are drafted here to Philadelphia, you don't have to go anywhere because you know this will be a place for you. If I draft you and you don't show up and you're not good, you're fired. I'm not keeping you because I drafted you. I'm keeping you because you're good. And when he says that, hey, when you're drafted in the National Football League, you're expected to be great. And if you're not, you are criticized. You're not on a bell curve here. I mean, the Reddick deal was bittersweet. Does that mean you wanted to keep him, Howie? But Vic had to say, and that's how he got the job, because he had to have autonomy in the personnel, that he blew out a guy who had given you 27 sacks in 2 years. Vic made that call? Wow. Holy shit. I mean, how he makes all player decisions. That story's true now. What Doug said about the Thursday roster, the inactives and the actives. It's true. Free agency fills gaps, mistakes. Dude says Reddick was a win-win. Okay, if you're an Eagle, you don't have to go anywhere. There's no reason. Vic has been the biggest influence that we have had in our defense the last 3 years. They don't believe in drafting cornerbacks. They haven't drafted a cornerback in the first round in 20 years, Lito Shepherd. You know why? They can't pick one. Get this. Not anything I said here is an opinion. Sills, admitting the second contracts do not need to be earned and they are given is absolute craziness. Oh, Jordan Davis is getting a second contract. I am a contract employee and I don't produce, I get fired. My contract is not renewed. Okay? Like I said, not one thing I told you here is an opinion. This is him with his arrogance at the podium. I couldn't tell who the head coach was and the general manager. I couldn't tell who was in charge. Well, I've done it by the end of the presser, I did. He makes complete decisions. You hear what he said also about game planning? We talk every day. We're involved in every decision that's made. So were you involved in the decision to pull Sean Desai and fire 2 coordinators inside of 1 year? Was that also your call? It had to be. He said it. We have conversations every day. We're involved in the game planning. We're involved in preparation. And we talk with the coaches every day. So that just didn't parachute in to replace Sean Desai. Howie parachuted in and replaced him because he panicked. And he's not a football guy. He said it. He said it. All you have to do is go back and listen to your interview. And for those of you that don't and want to make things that didn't happen at that presser, this is why when I talk, people hate when I talk. You know why? I tell you what they said. Very little of this is opinion. I take people's words and I use it against them. So Fitness says you make it up. I made up that Vic Fangio's had decision-making on personnel and scheme the last 3 years. Howie said it. I'm the one that said, when Sirianni said that this guy makes all the player decisions, I didn't say that. Nick said that. Filling mistakes with free agency, I didn't say that. Howie said that. I didn't say any of this. I said none of it. Howie Roseman controls every single thing that football team does on a daily basis. There is no getting around it. He is an absolute control freak. And it gets in his way. Validated. The Reddick deal is a win-win. You know he's a bullshit artist when he says it. And like Xander says, go get me Surtain. I don't trust the guy. You're right. Howie Roseman is the biggest control freak in this NFL next to Jerry Jones. I've never seen a general manager have more control. He's a control freak. Seals, the real issue is that Howie does not give players he drafts the tools required to succeed unless they are in the O-line. The O-line has a coach with skills to make players better. Very good. And nicely said. That's exactly right, Bob. There's no coincidence that the most skill set position on your team is your O-line. Why? That's where your best coaches are in your O-line. And now you have Jason Kelce. On top of that, you're always going to have good O-line because you have the best O-line coach. And how about this one? Now it was and is being reported that Bill Belichick was seriously being considered to replace your golden child, Nick Sirianni. Once again, I have Howie Roseman and the organization and Jeffrey Lurie are more concerned with control instead of championships. That's why you're 1-3. That's the frustrating thing that I bring up here every day. It's frustrating. And you should be frustrated. You should be frustrated that the owner of the football team and his general manager puppet constantly get in the way of success. How about this? They don't get in the way of success. They get in the way of ultimate success. Everything I've been telling you, the GM, and again, you know what's great? I don't have to have a soundbite posted. I could just repost Howie's press conference. That's all I have to do. And all the things that I said were expressed by the general manager yesterday. Brian, help me out here. Tell me I'm wrong. Did you read that presser any other way? All they care about is revenue and sales. Players don't matter. Coaches don't matter. Wins don't matter. It's a law firm. That's frustrating. That's frustrating. Sills, Jeffrey Lurie was not getting in the way at all. Now he is reasons why we got Fangio. Okay. When you say that your owner is not in the way, and this is why you got Fangio, do you think Nick Sirianni hired Vic Fangio? Who hired Vic Fangio? Brian, all you have to do is look at our chat room here. 70% of them are giving excuses. Hey, you want to look at excuses? Look at my Twitter line, Jacob's, the Eagles, anybody's. I'll show you excuses. No, I'm not saying we're making them. I'm saying people posting them. And I'm talking about fans. All you got to do is listen to the press conference. Howie Roseman's the biggest control freak on the planet. And it's why they don't win the ultimate. They win just enough to tease the fans. Once again, did I read that? Did you listen to a different press conference? Because I'd like to get on the same page with you, Anthony. Everybody. I'd like to get on the same page with you. How did you read that press conference and what they said and what Howie said? Did you really read it any other way? I'd like to know. I'd like to know how you read it. I told you. I want to get on the same page. Here's DRC. If Nick had missed the playoffs 3 years in a row, what would you say? Why are you thinking about hiring Bill Belichick? If the general manager doesn't have with the owner complete control and you've made the playoffs 3 years in a row, aren't you answering your own question? Why were you seriously considering hiring Bill Belichick then? I thought there was a lot answered there. We found out the general manager picks the roster. We found out the general manager picks the coaches. We found out the general manager gave autonomy to Vic Fangio. We found out that Vic Fangio threw off Hassan Reddick off the team, your best defender. We found out that Howie Roseman, if he drafts you, wants you, keeps you, no matter what, even if you're not producing. I mean, I learned a lot. What did you not learn? Flexen, was there something I said that was not factual that they said? Even you, Xander. Did I say something that's not factual? I'd like to know. Because, hey, sometimes things land for people differently. And I'm just asking an honest question. Flexing, I'm just, like you said. LJ goes, we don't obsess over every word. It wasn't it didn't it answer questions for you on why you had a meltdown last year? Who's in charge? When things hit the fan, you can't coach a football team from an owner's box in a GM's box. There lies your problem. Fans keep drinking the Kool-Aid on No to McKinstry. I'm with you, man. I'm the more I watch him, I saw they brought Cooper DeJean in. Okay? Hey, Brian, isn't it funny when you point shit out like this? On a press conference that was less than 24 hours ago. Somehow this is me pointing out the facts. And some of the stuff that we sit here for 4 hours with, and you guys call me a blatant liar, turns out to be exactly true. Look, you don't get pats on the back for validating yourself when Nolan Smith sucks. That doesn't help anybody. That's not a victory lap. But it's an ideology how they do business. On that side of the ball. It's not a victory lap. Here. Let's go to the other one here. Howie, I think it's a great message to our team that if you come here and do the right thing, you don't have to leave. Sills turns that into Howie re-signs everyone that he drafts. No, he keeps everyone. Jordan Davis should never have been starting after week 10. They played him, though. Why is the Kobe Dean in the starting lineup? Why is he number one on your depth chart right now? Why? What has he done to deserve that? Because Howie drafted him? Nolan Smith now gets Hassan Reddick's reps? Where did he come up with that? Because he drafted him. He didn't earn anything. The only reason that you get put in positions on defense on Howie's depth chart. It's Howie's depth chart, not Nick's. It's because you were drafted, not production. Jordan Davis is not produced. Nolan Smith is not produced. Jacoby Dean is not produced. I mean, none of those guys have produced. And get this, all I'm doing is, and I said, hey, Bob, did I not say this? I'm trying to get on the same page with you. Hey, Spin, I really, if you heard something different, well, wait a minute, Anthony, that's coaching, Sills, how he picks the coaches. I'm trying to get on the same page. What did you hear different? Spin, make them earn it. There's no competition on your roster. Nobody's competing for. When's the last time somebody competed for a job? Running back? Quarterback? Cornerback? Linebacker? Edge? Defensive tackle? When's the last time someone earned a job on the Eagles? And there was open competition. Right guard? Maybe? But no, they put Cam right in because they drafted him where? Howie's second round. That football team is in complete control of the hands of the general manager, and it is, without a doubt, an iron fist. I'm so conflicted because I'm also a Bulldog fan, so I want so bad for those guys to succeed, but sooner or later I have to accept the facts. Well, I would say this to you. Give them all a year here. See how it plays out. Look, I don't think they're not with talent. I just don't know if they're ever going to apply that talent, especially in what they're asking him to do. You're going to play Nolan Smith, Devin White, and Jacoby Dean in a 34, and they're not physically capable of playing in that, which makes absolute no sense. It makes no sense. Sills, Howie and Laurie have a plan that they are now willing to deviate from. They hired a DC with a scheme that we won't deviate from. It's a perfect match. That's why Doug and Reddick aren't here. Correct. When someone has pushback, get this. Hey, Bob, tell me if I read this right. A reporter had pushback on the Reddick deal. Fitness goes, when did Vic Fangio say he didn't want Reddick? I said that. I said that a week ago when he was not willing to be dropped in coverage. I said that. And that was part of the parameters on him leaving Miami and going to the Philadelphia Eagles to get the job. Turned out to be true. Get this. Think about this, Bob. A reporter pushed back on the Reddick deal, and Howie was a jackass to him. Can you imagine if a player had pushback in the locker room on how he was being used? What do you think the fallout would be? You're out. You're out. Sills, that reporter might have his credentials pulled and have legal... Right. That's correct. That guy asked a fair question. It was a follow-up question. I thought it was a very... Xander, do you know who asked that question? Because I think it's a guy that's been on our network. And it was a great follow-up because he follows it up by going, well, I mean, how do you, and I'm paraphrasing this part of it, how do you feel that that's good for the Eagles when they haven't extended him? And he could have been on the same deal here. How he goes, you're misrepresenting the deal. What's he misrepresenting? That you could have had the player like you had Hardgrave for the final year of his contract? And he could have left and went somewhere else? What was the crappy part of that question? Again, LJ says national gossip. Here, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to repost the Howie Roseman press conference with Nick. And I'm going to tell people, make your own assessment. Okay? Yeah. Make your own assessment. I don't think it's gossip when he says that how he picks the roster. Vic has had complete influence over our defense and the personnel the last 3 years. It's not gossip. That was in the press conference. Free agency fills gaps, mistakes. It's not gossip. That's what he said. I mean, when someone's asked a question and they answer it, you kind of get an understanding of what happened last year. And that goes to this. How about this? All those things that were said at that press conference. Now, I'll add this. This is me. Head coach needs Big Dom. Why didn't anyone ask that question? How important is Big Dom on the sidelines? Or didn't anybody have the balls to ask that question? I'd like to know if Derek Gunn's report is true. Are you afraid? Hey, Philly media, are you afraid? Ask Howie Roseman the importance of Big Dom on the sidelines for Nick. Here's a question I would ask. Is that report true? You had him. He was right in front of you. Why didn't you ask him? Are you afraid? Of course you're afraid. I could have asked general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles. Bob Lang might take your pass away right there. He might take your pass away right there. Hey, is it true that Nick Sirianni has to babysit, or Big Dom has to babysit Nick Sirianni on the sidelines and he's important? Yes or no? That's a BS story. Okay, I just wanted to hear it from the GM's mouth. Thank you, Howie. That's all he had to say. Even McMullen was mad about how Howie reacted to Reddick's question. Reddick had to have been insubordinate or something. Correct. And you want to know what insubordination is? Don't drop me in coverage. That's an opinion. That's an opinion. That I think that his insubordination was stop dropping me in coverage. Remember what he said? I do what the front office says. And it's a good question there. What did the Panthers and Cardinals get? They got nothing. But here's a guy that destroyed the NFC Championship game and won it by himself almost. You think he could have got a 7th rounder for him? I'm mad no one asked how they like their coffee. Thanks for the $2, dude. I would ask Howie this. How close were you to really, and how far did the conversations go with Bill Belichick on replacing Nick? You're right? That story's erroneous. That story is not true. Okay. Thank you, Howie. Why would you ask such a question like that? No, there's a report out there, ESPN, and they had it out there. And the worldwide leader in sports, this is not something, I'm just going off of what they said, that the Eagles were in conversation and we're seriously considering Bill Belichick to be the head football coach. And I'd like to get your take on it. How come no one asked that? You're afraid? Why are you afraid? You're afraid to do your jobs? I mean, Ty, again, Ty, I want to get on the same page with you more than anyone today. ESPN get this, Ty, I went off of a press conference and a report from ESPN, not Big Sills' takes. And no one asked any of these. Why? And when someone was asked a question about Reddick, he was a jerk. Now you know why Hassan Reddick is not on the team. That's an opinion. Anthony goes, Sills, why do you have to drill the GM every time he gives an interview? Well, don't you want to know why your team lost 6-7 at the end? Don't you want to know why you gave a player away? Don't you want answers on whether or not it was true that Belichick was in line to be the next head football coach of the Eagles and Sirianni's job was really on the line? Don't you want to know who actually picks the players and why there's been massive failure on defense? Don't you want to know why Vic Fangio's been given autonomy over the personnel and schematics of your defense? You don't want to know any of those questions? That's not drilling. That's asking a question about things that failed last year. What is wrong with, get this, no, last season is over. No. That's not true. He talked yesterday, LJ. He spoke of the draft. He spoke of the influence of Vic. He spoke of how they're looking at players. He spoke on how they're moving forward with gaps in free agency. That's not last year. That was yesterday. You're making shit up that I'm not even making up. Why wouldn't you ask a question of Belichick in that report from ESPN? Why wouldn't you? How about this? Let's go with LJ moving forward. Okay, let's move forward to the front page of the ESPN website. Is it true, Howie, that Bill Belichick was being considered for the head coaching job in Philadelphia when you guys were evaluating Nick Sirianni? Yes or no? Why didn't you ask that? It's an ESPN report. Why didn't you ask the question? Hood goes like this. Since when are you the voice? No, I'm just trying to ask a question that no one else will. That's rumor. ESPN has that on the front of their website, that Bill Belichick was in line to become the head coach and serious consideration was being put into it. Howie, is it true? No, that story's a lie. Thank you, Howie. Simple. Put it to rest. A major news sports agency had that on their website. You mean to tell me you don't want any? The greatest, winningest coach in the history of pro football was considered to be the head coach of the Eagles? And you don't want to know if the story's true? Influence doesn't mean decision-making from Vic. Okay, it's a great point that Fitness makes. Let's expand on that. Howie says that the trade was a win-win. Where? Belichick, head coach next season, book it, says Q. How is that a win? You got a lesser player with less production. How's that a win-win? Where? And you got nothing in compensation for 3 years. I mean, and 3 straight playoffs, and they were still thinking of firing him. Hey, Trag, explain that one. Everyone, by the way, Trag, Sirianni's job was on the line. How come nobody asked these questions? I think they got good value for Reddick. Yeah, 3 years from now. I'll let you know in 3 years. What is that? 2027? Okay. Hey, Ty, good value in 2027 with a guy who can't pick on defense. I'm sure it is. Here's Bob Sills. Here's the question to ask Nick. Late in the year, you said you would have fixed the side if you knew how to. The draft is a week away. Do you know today what caused the 23 crash? They can't ask questions like that. Key fobs will be revoked. Key fobs will be revoked. Here's another one. Here's questions that I would have asked if I was at that press conference. They would have never let me in the building. Because the final question what I went was, you talk about culture. Why'd they quit on you? And have you rectified the quitting? And how? To go along with LJ, since it was last year, do you have any explanations why the players quit, and have you addressed it? Why can't you ask that? Or are you afraid? This is not that difficult of a gig. This is not that difficult when you do your job correctly. And I agree with Xander. Jeff McClain is probably the closest thing you have. But anytime there's a national story or a major story in that building, local guys don't get it. They go national. So my point to you about the ESPN story that was put on the website today, not old news, today. How close was it to the head coach being Bill Belichick? Story's wrong. Okay. Did the players quit on Nick or the front office? Well, the front office runs the team. So here, let me throw this at you then. How many people believe that the ESPN story about Belichick is BS? That he was never going to be the head football coach? How many people believe that was? I saw Elliot Spitzer, Pauly Shore say that was never going to happen. So he's basically calling the ESPN story a lie. Okay, Steve says BS. Devontae says BS. Big Trag says 50-50. Anthony says BS. Okay. There's also a story on the front page of ESPN that says that Bill Belichick, LJ says it's BS. Okay. There's also a story that Bob Kraft called Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, and said, Bill's a headache, can't be trusted, and this would be a bad hire for you. How many people believe that story's true? This is all in the same day. How many people believe that that's true? Dirty D says true. Wickersham put a story out, Senor, that says and alleges that Bob Kraft, and Wickersham works for ESPN, that he called Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, and said, he's a cancer, he's a headache. And by the way, they're all supporting the Wickersham story. How many people believe that? Absolutely true. I believe both. Yet I still haven't gotten the answer to it. Kraft's still getting. How about this? Why in the world would Bob Kraft get in the way of Belichick being hired by someone else when Bill for the next 2 years is owed $25 million by the owner of the Patriots? After signing that extension, why would he not want that off his books and save $50 million? He was together for 25 years in New England that produced 10 Super Bowl appearances and 6 wins. How in the world does ESPN put that out? And then you turn around and go, Belichick was going to be the next head football coach. So they're either both BS and ESPN is lying, or they're both true. But your job as a local reporter is to ask the question if they're true or not. Not let them hang out there like low-hanging fruit. We all know the owners are in cahoots. But again, Dirty D, why would I get in the way of somebody that I'm still paying for the next 2 years $50 million? When Arthur Blank would pick that up and that tab up. That makes 0 sense. Whether you like Bill or not, you really feel you're okay paying a guy $50 million to not coach, but you just don't want him to coach anywhere else? It makes no sense. And you put a dent in your own legacy of your franchise since you owned it by demeaning the coach who brought you all that success. Makes no sense. But, okay, that you have to sit here and ask the question again. Okay? Listen to this. A source close to Belichick who wouldn't put his name on it. Like, who's the source? Is that another? I don't trust anything ESPN/CNN, MSNBC says. What source? Put your name on it. Bob Smith from the Boston Globe says there was no truth to that. Source says, when you see that, it's a lie. Source says. So Senor would believe a guy who's tied to, he believes a guy by the name of Source said. Source said that there was no truth. How do you know it wasn't the writer saying that? I'm reading the ESPN article. Well, don't you think it's in the best interest to ask the general manager if there was any truth to that? They printed it. They posted it. They wrote it. Wickersham put it out there. And it's even being reported that next year, the Cowboys, Eagles are somebody that Bill would covet being the head coach for. You're not going to ask the question? Wow. ESPN makes more stories up than I've ever seen anybody on the planet. And when I say something, like when Frank Wright tells me the inner workings of the Eagles, I put my source and my name on it. I don't do what Senor says. Some guy named Source said. Oh, no. Wicker Sam, Senor, get there. Senor, I'm not really talking shit to you, but get this. Colin Cowherd ran with that story that Bill was a jerk and that Kraft called Arthur Blank. And didn't reference, well, the Patriots have since completely vehemently denied that. And a spokesperson for Bob Kraft said that is absolutely not true. But they're not reporting that. They're covering for themselves. I mean, you got a source, put your name on it. I think Reddick was just pissed and wanted his money now. You know what, Christopher? Personally, I think Hassan Reddick used the money as an excuse to get out of there on how he was being used and knew that he had a better chance of getting double-digit sacks somewhere else than under Vic Fangio. I don't think the coach wanted to coach him, and I don't think the player wanted to play for him. Because you know what I haven't heard? Journalists today are jokes. It's all clickbait. Christopher, you know what I think? You know why Howie said it's a win-win? How about this one, Brian? You know why it's a win-win? The player didn't want to be here, and we didn't want the player here. It's a win-win. No money. Have you heard Reddick bitching about not having a new contract? Doesn't that tell you all you need to know? He's not complaining. He's happy being in New York. He's with Robert Saleh, who's going to use him correctly. I mean, and I think the agent used the money. He wanted $25 million. The Eagles said, absolutely not. And there was the vehicle to move him. Plus, he didn't want to play in that system with Vic. Dropping in coverage, that's not what that guy does. That's why he called it a win-win. And he went after the reporter when he said, what was it? You misrepresented the deal. How did the reporter misrepresent the deal with a simple question? I didn't think the question was out of line. That guy does not like his authority questioned. That's a control freak. Can't blame Reddick if that's the case. In my case, I hate to play plumber knowing damn well I'm a carpenter. Connecticut. That's why when he says it's a win-win, it's not a win for the next 2 years. It's just not. Ty, what I'm trying to do today, Ty, is pull you and me closer into what I heard at a press conference and the lack thereof questions on what happened last year too. Because how many people believe that last year could be something that could linger into this year if you haven't addressed it? I get it. I get it, Ty. But hey, Ty, would this not be a fair question? Since the players quit on you at the end of the season, what have you done this offseason to address that, to make sure that we don't go down that rabbit hole again? You know what he could have said? Well, we hired Vic. We're going to a 34. We've had team meetings. We've had bonding meetings. We've had, okay. I would have went, all right. No one asked the question. How do you know that's not going to spill over? You think Nick Sirianni is going to be a better coach in 24? Seals, here's the win-win. I gave Vic what he wanted. And when it blows up, it's on Vic. Yeah. Christopher, not addressing the collapse. And get this, Christopher, not one Philadelphia from the Inquirer or anyone would dare ask the question, what were some of the things that led to the team's demise that you have fixed this coming offseason here? Aren't those fair questions? Why can't you ask those questions in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to the number one property and sports team in your city? Why is that such a problem? Why can't you question your GM? LJ thinks this is shit talking questions. Get this. Here's a reporter's question. Howie, and I'll do it respectfully. Howie, with all respect, last year, the 1-6 collapse that we had at the end of the season. Can't quantify it any other way. But the collapse at the end of the season, what steps have you taken this offseason that you've addressed with the players? Because it just seemed that the players did not respond to anything at the end of the year. What have you done? See, the more you go on with a question, the less he has to answer. You don't want to make your question long on that. Is it true that the head coach needs Big Dom on the sidelines to control his emotions? That's a stupid question. Why? One of the most respected people in Philadelphia, Derek Gunn, who is very close to Big Dom, is a person that reported that, picked up a lot of traction. And, so it's not true. No, it's a stupid question. Stupid question for answering a report that someone put out there. Okay. All these things that came out of that presser, that's what I took out of it. Now, Ty, did I say anything wrong today that was over the line? You're a huge critic. And I'll take your criticism. I'll take your criticism. Did I say anything today that I misread from the press conference and questions I would ask? Anything you want, and I'll address it. I get criticized, people in my own business, for how I ask questions. Thank you, Ty. It means a lot, Ty. It does. And know this, Ty and I don't agree 85% of the time. Right here. Just today. That's a critic. So, I looked at that press conference and listened to it yesterday. I came away with questions that I still had. Thank you, Ty. And at the end of the day, we now know a hell of a lot more about how your team gets into the way of the ultimate success. Not success. It still is my friend now. Today. Ty. Today. Right? I'm Ty's friend today. Is that fair, Ty? We're friends today. Probably not tomorrow, but today we're friends. Right? Sills, I missed that. Hey, don't forget, man. Mark Holmes is going to join us at 3:30. We're going to set that up. We're going to have a simulcast with Cowboy fans. And this ought to be interesting. Cowboy Nation and Eagle Nation are going to be going back and forth here at 3:30 real soon here. So, Sills asked the question this way, Howie, you handed a Super Bowl team over to 2 rookie coordinators. Now you hired 2 experienced coordinators. Do these hires fix the gap in your coaching hires? Just today. Okay? You don't represent the Eagles. I don't represent anybody in the NFL. Did someone say my name? Yes, we did. You got to remember something. This is all going to be you guys. Eagle Nation and Cowboy Nation. That's what this bad puppy's going to be. I'm going to take a time out, and we're going to start getting ready to set this bad puppy up. Okay? We're going to go back and forth. Here we go. And I'm going to ask him some questions about the Cowboys, and he's going to ask questions about the Eagles, vice versa. We're going to go back and forth. Okay? And so that's how we'll do this. Okay? Fantastic. All I learned yesterday, though, from that press conference, the head football coach of the Philadelphia Eagles is Howie Roseman. And the other guy's a puppet. The GM said it. The GM said it. All right. Hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports, and certainly the easiest when you're watching the NBA. And the NBA playoffs are almost here, and you can win money making picks. What are you waiting for? Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com and use the promo code WIN. An Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN. Get ready for the NBA and get ready for the NBA playoffs. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
Philadelphia fans, were cut from a different cloth. Born into a brotherhood and bonded to our team for life. We believe anything is possible because we've witnessed the impossible. While we may be from different neighborhoods, come Sunday, we are one, and we will be heard. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hi everybody, my name's Jason Lombardi. I'm an inspector at DryTech. At DryTech we offer 3 major services, the first one being basement waterproofing. The second service we offer is foundation and structural repairs. And then the third service that we offer is mold remediation. If you feel you are having a waterproofing issue, give DryTech a call or check us out online.
Mike Little was a union construction worker who was badly injured when he suffered a horrific fall because of someone's negligence. His life would change forever.
It was just a real downward spiral with everything. Everything you do, and you're sitting home by yourself all day. You can't go out because you can't drive, you can't walk well. It was just a horrible situation.
Call Brian Fritz at the Fritz and Beyond Cooley Law Firm at 215-548-2222.
EAGLEX, Eagles.
Big Hills National Football Show. Please hit the like button. So does Mark Holmes cover a cheapskate owner now? So Stephen Jones goes on one of the radio stations in Dallas and says, we got to pull back on spending money because we have 3 players that we have to pay. If I were looking at Dak, why would I pay Dak $60 million? I could have Kirk Cousins do the same. What is he getting? 38, 40? 42? Something like that? What in the world does Dak Prescott do more than Kirk Cousins? Why in the world would I pay Dak Prescott $60 million when he's nowhere in the conversation? Michael Parsons? Does that guy play like Myles Garrett or TJ Watt to you? Are you going to really pay $30 million for him? These are questions we're going to ask Mark. I'm not paying $30 million for that guy. I don't know, man. When I look at the top edge rushers, is he better than Khalil Mack? Is he better than Hassan Reddick? He does more than Reddick. He does more than Reddick. And then you got CeeDee Lamb. Are you really going to pay that guy Justin Jefferson money? You think that guy's Justin Jefferson? Do you think that CeeDee Lamb is Justin Jefferson? Boy, I don't. I do not. I think the Cowboys are in a crossroads right now with 3 players that can't deliver titles for them. This is not the triplets of Aikman, Irvin, and Smith. This is like a cheap man's version of triplets. How many people look at Micah Parsons and go, that guy's had the same impact in the NFL that Charles Haley had? Or when you turn around and go, do you think that guy had the same impact as Des Bryant or Michael Irvin? And then the quarterback, do you think that guy has had more impact than Romo or Aikman? You're at a crossroads. When Stephen Jones says that he's at a crossroads with those 3 players and they got to pull money back, you're paying for lesser players. The more Parsons plays in this league, the more he'll be exposed. Run at him. If the Arizona Cardinals can run him over with a guy named Connor, he's not the formidable player you think he is. What's the rule, Sills? Am I allowed to troll these? Dude, absolutely. Just don't go over the top. Marshall, we're good. When the Cowboy fans come in, absolutely. Here's an opening question for Mark Holmes. Is Cowboy Nation aware that free agency started March 13, 2024. Dallas has done virtually nothing. Can we win with that many questions? I like it. To be honest, we got embarrassed by the Cardinals too. Steven, great take. Yes, you did. Okay? Absolutely. Parsons and Devin White? Yeah. No, Parsons is better. Parsons is better. Dakota is going nowhere else to be successful. I disagree with that. I think the Cowboys hold them back. Okay? Hurts is galaxies away from Josh Allen. Galaxies. Let's see here. Swaggy, talk your shit. I'm a diehard Eagle fan, and I want to know these things as well. Running on Organization Matters. Hey, I'll say this to you, Swaggy. Nobody in that city asks decent questions. Nobody. I mean, I didn't think that Hassan Reddick and asking organizational matters and questions. I don't think that that's out of line. I do not. Okay? I do not think that. Micah Parsons has the highest PFF pass rusher grade in the fourth quarter this season. On the back of 16 pressures, third most, an absurd 36.6 pass rush win rate. And yet, I never see him. He's missing Parsons. Where was he in the Packer game? Where was he in the Packer game? How about when the Niners beat the living shit out of you and dragged you like they were looking for a dead body in a lake? And Michael Parsons was at the bottom of that lake. Where was he? In that game you got drilled in. Where was he in the Buffalo game? I mean, he was nowhere. You make it sound like that. So he's good against the Giants, the Commanders, the Jets, teams that don't matter. Don't put Lane Johnson on him. You know what you have to hear then? Daddy's home. When Micah Parsons lines up against Lane Johnson, they should play it over the intercom. Daddy's home. Daddy's home. It's like Velcro. Michael Parsons, he's like that kid that, that little knapsack that you have for little babies that the wives wear or women wear, and the kid's in the front, and he's flailing away. He's kicking, the feet are kicking in the hands. That's Michael Parsons in that little knapsack. And there's Parsons flapping his hands and his feet when Lane gets a hold of him. It's like Velcro. He's like I can't get away. I can't get away. Lane owns that guy, man. Absolutely. SOS missing Parsons. Hey, SOS. All right. This is what we're going to do here. We are going to simulcast with Cowboy Nation and Eagle Nation. And Mark and I have been working on this. By the way, every Wednesday at 3:30, we are going to do this. And if there's questions in both, we're going to be able to use his chat, our chat, and we'll ask questions if you guys have some common sense comments. So with that and further ado, we bring in Mark Holmes. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing really good, man. I am doing actually really. I've been listening to some of your show, and I've been seeing the warm up there with some of your fans, man. They've been killing me in there, man. I mean, damn. I don't know if this is a good thing or bad thing, but they say there's no such thing as bad publicity. So we're definitely getting some hype, and I appreciate you bringing me on here. I'm just a guy from his mama's basement. You know how that is.
Oh, and mama's panties. I forgot. We got to keep context here. We got to keep context here.
There you go. I was sitting here listening to the milk carton Parsons, as in he is missing in action.
Yeah.
Okay. What's interesting?
Well, where was he in the San Francisco?
Where was everybody?
Green Bay game? Nowhere.
Where was everybody though, Dan? I'll be honest.
Well, if I get this though, Mark, here's the thing though. You want me to pay you $30 million. You can't be where is everyone. He can't be in the conversation of everyone.
I can agree with that. I'm going to say I was warming up my crowd here, and I was saying that there's a lot of people out there that don't like you, that are Eagle fans, right? They tell me he's not an Eagle fan and things like that. And I realize why it is, because you don't tell people what they want to hear. You actually tell them the truth. And the truth hurts, and people get butthurt when they do hear the truth.
Because fanatics and fans, Mark, they're two different people. Like when I heard the press conference yesterday with Howie Roseman, my biggest problem that I had with the whole thing was that no one asked the question where, hey, was it true that, by the way, Prince, thank you. Appreciate it. Is it true that Bill Belichick was considered for the head coaching job? ESPN has reported that. You know what I would have said? He could have said, that's a stupid question. It's an erroneous report. Okay, well, that's called doing your job. Okay, is it true there was a report out there that Big Dom controls Sirianni's emotions on the sideline? Someone who works at our network put that out. He's really respected. And Derek Gunn got over 1 million views on it. National topic. Carton even hit on it. That's stupid. Okay, thank you for addressing it. The problem that you have today in society is, and you and I have talked about this, these guys are key fob whores where they want accessibility to the Cowboy complex at Valley Ranch, and they also want to have it at the NovaCare Center to make sure that they get their smoothie. So they're not going to ask the tough question because they are afraid to ask the decent question. Get this. So a reporter was asked a question on Hassan Reddick. Howie Roseman goes, it's a win-win. You're not getting any restitution for the Hassan Reddick deal for 3 years. The Jets haven't given Reddick a contract extension. You could have played the kid on his current deal like Javon Hargrave played, and you could have had the better player. But no. Win-win means this. He didn't want to play for Fangio.
Yeah.
Fangio didn't want to coach him. They used the contract to get him out of there, and the Jets got the better player. But people don't want to hear that.
Well, I don't want to ask you any questions that may get you into trouble, because I know you've got Stephen Jones, who's been, on your show many times, and that you are, close to them. So anything
I'll tell you one thing that's happened. Let me tell you one thing that's happened with the Cowboys and me. Their new PR guy, instead of going through our dear friend who is his special assistant, is being more of a watchdog over the Joneses as of late because of some of the questions that have been asked and some of the things that I have brought up about the Cowboys. Let me pose this one to you first. I look at Dak Prescott and I look at Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb. And they say this, and Stephen Jones came out either today or yesterday, and he said, well, we've got to pull back money and hold back money because, I'm paraphrasing here, because we got to pay these guys. Those three guys are not going to lead you to a Super Bowl.
Not by themselves. See,
you're going to overpay again for guys. What's the difference between Dak Prescott and Kirk Cousins?
Here's the thing. Okay, let me say it this way. I will say that the Eagles and the Cowboys are in two totally different directions and philosophies. Okay, the Joneses believe that, we got this great player, and so we've got to pay him. We got to hold on to him to get there. But they don't realize that that's not enough. The Eagles aren't good at drafting, and so they are gotten to be good with free agency. And so they believe that's the way it's going to work with them, because you look at it. My son, Philly 500, is sitting here, is pissed about Jordan Davis looking like he's been hanging out with him eating donuts and things. And so this is where Cowboys get killed because they don't do anything in free agency. And you could say that it needs to be a mix of both. The Eagles, they get praised for all they do in free agency, but they don't really get killed where they screw up in the draft.
Because it's a sexy Band-Aid. When you sign a player like a Devin White, thank you, Hollywood, I appreciate it. When you sign a player like Devin White, who has been outside of 1 year a complete bust from LSU.
Yeah.
Walked out. Get this. He did this to the Bucks. He asked for $100 million. The Bucks said, take a hike. He signed for $3 million. That's a $97 million haircut when it comes to a player who had lower grades than Zach Cunningham, who was a cast-off player that the Eagles put on the team. And I go like this, okay? The problem that I turn around with the Cowboys and say, you got Jerry Jones coming out praising his draft picks before the draft picks even put on a Cowboy helmet.
Oh, my God, yes.
And Mozzie Smith is a complete bust. Now, I like your point, what you made. You said, put him in a nose. Let's see how that transpires. My question is, do you have 4 linebackers that could play a 34?
Not yet. Not yet. Now, and here's what I will say.
It is April 17th.
But see, that you're going by the typical media look at it. Here's what the Cowboys do. They never do shit. I want you to go back a couple years ago when they got rid of Amari Cooper. They let go our number 3 wide receiver, Cedric Wilson, right?
Yeah.
Now, of course, they said, just to your point, Jalen Tolbert, a 3rd-round draft pick. Oh, he's going to be great. They believed in him before he even put on the first uniform, and his first year he was ass. And the Cowboys also let go of Randy Gregory. Stephen Jones goes through and says, production-wise, Dorrance Armstrong is right there with Randy Gregory. Everybody killed him and said, you're freaking nuts. You don't know what the hell you're talking. No wonder we can't win the Super Bowl, because you can't evaluate talent. You think that Dorrance Armstrong is as good as Randy Gregory, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't sign any big free agents. They signed James Washington as a receiver. I called him the unicorn because you never saw him on the damn field. Literally, he played like 3 plays and had 1 drop, okay? You signed because you believed in Michael Gallup, a guy that you drafted who had a torn ACL, whose production was going down for 2 years. He's still a guy we drafted, and we're going to sign him to a long-term deal. That's their problem. But to his credit, he was right about Dorrance Armstrong. Now everybody's crying that Dorrance Armstrong, we let that guy go, but they actually have Sam Williams, who is in his 3rd year. And if you actually, I did this comparison because it kind of blew me away. He got about half the snaps of Dorrance Armstrong, but had almost more than half production-wise in his 2nd year. If he ends up stepping up talent-wise, that may be as good as Bryce Hoff. Because when I look at Bryce Hoff, if you look at his numbers, his stats, he had 10 sacks last year. Everybody, Philly 500 is going crazy. Oh, my God, we got Bryce Hoff.
Yeah, but why didn't he start in New York?
Well, but here's, again, when did he start? But was that a contract year that he played well? Because the years before, 2 sacks, 3 sacks, 2 sacks. And then all of a sudden,
he's a one-year wonder.
Just like Jason Hatcher was for our Cowboys.
I think
Every
he's
year
a
in his
one-year
career.
wonder. Mark, get this.
Yeah.
He's got some of the lowest grades, Bryce Huff, on pass coverage and also on run stopping of any perimeter defensive outside rusher in pro football. Now, Pro Football Focus is not the Bible. However, when you start putting 2-3 years together where a guy can't stop the run and cover, that defense was 27th. No, it was 31st last year in pass defense. Where have you upgraded?
I was going to ask you that one myself, because everybody's talking about how great the Eagles are. I honestly don't see it on that defense. Jordan Davis, you need him to be a 3-down player. Is he going to be able to have the wind to be able to do that?
No. He's not lived up to that. But let me be fair here now to Eagles. Your offensive line, when are you going to address that? I mean, quite frankly, do you think you have a good enough offensive line to win a Super Bowl right now, let alone the NFC East?
From where I'm sitting, I'll take your offensive line, bro.
Dude, that offensive line compared to your offensive line is like, that's an all-star O-line.
That's what I'm saying. You literally are crying about your offensive line.
No. Actually, this is one of the things that they do exceptionally well, is drafting the offensive line. How can you give Zach Martin a ton of shit for wanting more money? And you're talking about a guy who gets run over in Parsons. And that guy, Zach Martin's going to the Hall of Fame. Parsons is not. And that guy is more instrumental for Dak's protection than what it is going to be. You're never going to win a Super Bowl by paying a perimeter guy, a pass rusher, $30 million. Name me one.
Not by themselves. Not by themselves at all. And see, there's the thing about the Cowboys, and it's not just right now. Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones, they love their superstars because they sell the jerseys and the fan favorites and everything else, but it's not necessarily what's going to win you. When you think about New England, when it was Tom Brady, of course it was Gronk, but after that, it wasn't really superstars, but they were deep. They could lose a player without going down to like a Chaz Green when you lost to Tyron Smith.
Roster integrity.
Yeah. And see, you can go back to Tony Romo and think about Jason Witten, Des Bryant, Tony Romo, DeMarcus Ware. Literally 7-8 guys took up 50% of the money. And if you're doing that, then you've got 45 guys that got to feast on half of what's left over. So now you're paying guys that have to pay substantial minutes that may not be that good. Now, to the Cowboys' benefit, the only reason why they are at least somewhat successful is because they are good at drafting for the most part. And they are good at finding guys after the draft that end up being decent players.
The last 10 years, the Dallas Cowboys have drafted 15 Pro Bowlers, and the second team's the Ravens at 12.
Now,
so they do draft.
I will say part of that, though, is misleading because the fans also vote for that.
Okay. You know, to your point on New England, Mark, here's to show you that, and this is why I say this about both Dak and Jalen Hurts, that these guys aren't superstar players. The difference between Brady and Mahomes, and by the way, obviously, they're the right guys. They're generational players. However, can you name me one Hall of Fame football player in New England that Tom Brady won with, outside of Gronkowski? Or how about this? That was drafted in the first round. Even Gronk.
Yeah.
He was a second rounder. Can you name me one with anybody or Hall of Famer outside of Gronkowski that they won Super Bowls in New England? And on the other hand, in Kansas City, Tyreek Hill won the one. He's won 2 in a row now because they didn't want to pay him. They sent him to Miami. They don't need him. So there's not one Hall of Fame guy in the offense in Kansas City, and there's not one Hall of Famer at wide receiver, running back in New England during the entire 25 years that Tom Brady was in New England. But yet, when you look at Dallas and you look at Philly, Philadelphia's got the richest offense payroll-wise, I think, in pro football right now. You got 2 $25 million wide receivers, and you got a $50 million. You got $98 million tied up in 3 players.
Right. And we'll see how that works out. But here's what I will say, though. See, this is the difference. And, Stephen Jones basically going on yesterday saying that, you got to save the money to be able to pay these 3 guys and so on, which keep you relevant. But see, here's the problem. Okay, now I don't know how you feel about them signing Devontae Smith to that contract. But see, here's the thing that's different. Because they still had this year to work with, because they actually have the fifth-year option to work with, they're paying him today in today's dollars, but they're not paying it really on the cap until down the road.
This is what they're not paying him really, Mark, for 3 years. And
exactly.
This is why this guy is one thing he does well. Roseman and Associates,
if we could
does a great job with this. He does this 6.4 this year. They picked up the fifth-year option, 15-1, and then in the third year, the escalators kick into 25. So in theory, they're not really paying two $25 million wide receivers. This is where the Cowboys get into mistakes, where they pay these guys on the back end, and they get hammered on the back end of those contracts
with a lot of dead money. Yeah, and see, this is the thing that I don't know if it's the Joneses just don't know how to do this, if they're too cheap to hire somebody that knows it. But see, when you think about Zach Martin, where he basically held out last year, when he signed his contract, I think he was the second highest paid guard in football. But then a couple years down the road, you look at it and say, well, shit, I'm not getting paid but like 10th now. That'll be Devontae Smith in 3 years. But in the meantime, you've got him happy, you've got him whole, and you've got money to use elsewhere on other resources. That is the problem with the Cowboys. They're not forward thinking. They're always more reactionary to stuff instead of proactive, saying, how can we increase the money? How can we make this impact less? To have Dak Prescott's last year of a $40 million contract at $55 million, and you don't have the foresight to say, we need to do something with this. To sit here with CeeDee Lamb and dick around with this, or are you waiting for Justin Jefferson to get his, so it'll cost you even more? You should have did this shit last year.
How about this, Mark?
That's crazy.
Here's the biggest problem that Dallas has when it comes to constructing teams since Jimmy left, is that he doesn't know his weakness. And his weakness is he falls in love with his Cowboys instead of like. You know, Jimmy always told me fall in like with your players, not in love, because there'll be a tough decision that you have to make when it comes to jettisoning one of these players. And you have to have structural integrity on your salary cap. You have to have you have to make the tough cuts. He refuses to make the tough decisions. That dicking around with Dak Prescott's contract cost him money and evaluation time. I mean, quite frankly, you don't have a head guy in charge in the locker room. The head, this is what he is. The autonomy of the locker room and the leadership of the locker room starts at the GM. The integrity of the drafting of the personnel starts with the general manager. The constructing of the contracts starts with the general manager. This is what Jimmy did when he was in Dallas. Jimmy never called plays. He let his coaches do all that. Jimmy ran the draft, and he looked at the evaluating of the coaches and the job they were doing, and he made total autonomy decisions when it came to personnel moves on what he wanted to do. And since that guy has left that building, Steven and Jerry think that they can replace the triplets. Here's your new triplets, Dak, CD, Mike.
Geez. You just brought up a whole nother thing here. Because
Jerry
is still living in the freaking past, bro.
Modern day. Well, that's what it is. Watch this. Zeke, Amari, Dak. Well, those guys aren't Michael Irvin. Those guys aren't Emmett. You've got to evolve. He has not evolved since 1996. And that's why the Cowboys have less victories in the postseason than the Bengals do.
See, I hate you, man. I hate you because you're telling the damn truth, man. Stop it. Try to make me feel a little bit better here, man. You got me.
Here's what makes it so delusional with Cowboy fans.
They're
the greatest off-season fan base on the planet, and it reminds me of my Canes. We win recruiting wars. We're going to be preseason. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about preseason. I don't give a shit about any of that. I care about winning championships. Don't talk to me about recruiting wars. Talk to me about wars in September. And the Cowboys, when they get into those situations, Green Bay is a great example of it. The entire organization, from the top, the owner, down to the head coach and position coaches and the players, gagged.
Yeah.
Just out and out gagged. You have home field. Mark, if you weren't going to win a Super Bowl.
Okay. All right. You didn't shit on me enough here, okay?
If you didn't win a Super Bowl last year, that football team will never win a Super Bowl as long as Jerry Jones is the owner and operator of that football team. It's over.
I hate to okay. Yes, you're probably right. I can still dream, can I? But the Cowboys had a flaw, and that's the middle of the field. They could not control the middle of the field, stopping the run and running the football. Now, I don't know if they're going to do anything about it, but I will say I believe their plan is we're going to keep our powder dry. We're going to basically play dead. We're going to try and do the best we can at the draft. I think that they may actually move backwards and try and get more players in here, more on the offensive line, because I think they can get 2 starting offensive linemen if they trade back and get a running back. And then in that next wave of free agency, when they get that money from Michael Gallup, when they finally do get CeeDee Lambs, then get your fill-in guys, and maybe they'll be a little more aggressive.
So you think they moved down from 24?
I think they could, because, when they have moved back, it has been beneficial to them. I remember in 2012 being outside a radio music hall, and they traded with San Francisco to move back, I think, 4 spaces, and they took Travis Frederick, and they got Terrence Williams with a 3rd-round pick. I can look at it and say them moving back with Micah was another one that's good. And the Cowboys, more than anything else, they stick with what has worked for them before, which is why they're still living back in the 90s. They keep doing the same thing. But you shit on my team enough now, okay? I got to feel a little bit better here, because I got to ask you.
Bring it on.
Is Nick Sirianni, and I'm going to tell you what has happened with Nick Sirianni reminds me Jason Garrett. Because Jason Garrett, when he was the prodigal son, he was hired by Jerry. He's, a guy he knows. He had that great Thanksgiving game and stuff. When he was failing, they took away play calling duties. And we all looked around and we're like, he's not calling the offense. He's not coaching anybody. What is his role? He's just there as a figurehead. And I feel like that's your coach, Nick Sirianni. Am I wrong?
Nick Sirianni, his name should be Pinocchio.
He reminds me of a vampire. Honestly.
He has no job. And remember this, when he had play calling duties, like you said, they were 2-5.
Mm-hmm.
Shane Steichen took him over.
Yeah.
Shane Steichen is showing you in Indianapolis what he's doing with Anthony Richardson, that he looks like he is going to be a formidable coach. I personally look at him. I think Jason Garrett's a better coach than he is.
Oh, shit. Shots fired. Okay. Oh, damn. That's cold.
I think Jason Garrett's a better coach than Nick Sirianni.
Oh, wow.
Tell me one thing he does that's a redeeming quality. There's nothing. See, what you're going to find out a problem with me.
Yeah.
I'm going to shit on your team and my team.
I love it when you shit on your team. Let me be clear here.
No, but it's easier to shit on your team because for 30 years you guys parade around like you've won 14 Super Bowls.
Okay, well you've now told me that I'm not winning shit with Dak, Micah, and CD. Are you going to win shit with Jalen Hurts?
He did go to a Super Bowl.
He did, but was it because of him?
In 22, when he finished second in the MVP? Yeah.
Okay. Now, I would say if the Cowboys – I tell you what.
He played like Lamar did this last year, but better.
Okay. Do you see that going forward? Because he didn't look like the same quarterback last year that he was the year before.
What's happening is there's too much meddling going on, like there was with Wentz, that they're trying to – like when Wentz was playing and they were 11-2 before he got hurt at the Los Angeles game at the Coliseum, I thought he was the first coming of Josh Allen.
Mhm.
When he got injured, they didn't want him running. They didn't want him doing all that. They tried to evolve him into a drop back quarterback, pat, sack, fumble, field position up, field goal, touchdown. The thing went to total mess. What they did last year, they hired an inexperienced offensive coordinator, and they did this. How can you hire an inexperienced offensive coordinator and ask the guy to throw more when that's not his top skill set?
Right.
That's why he was second in turnovers.
And you think
So
Kellen Moore's going to fix
Jalen,
this?
Mark, you're not going to here's the thing I look at Jalen. I personally think he's Tyrod Taylor 2.0 a little better.
Ooh. Eagle fans, how do y'all feel about that?
No, wait. No, look, though. Here's one thing. If they go back to 22, he's a weapon because of the RPOs. But they're not doing that. He has the capability, Mark, to take a team to a Super Bowl. But the organization is getting in the way like the organization gets in the way of Dak.
Now I've heard some rumors that, we all know that Jerry and Stephen Jones are knee deep in everything. They've got their shows and stuff that that they are in there running things and all that. I've kind of heard a little bit that it's kind of that way with the Eagles, but just not out in front.
Oh, no, it is totally. Because here, Mark, watch this. This was the press conference yesterday. And let me show you on what the Eagles, and show you that this is very Jerry Jones-like. And I could probably just replace Howie Roseman with Stephen and Jerry here. They call free agency mistakes gaps instead of mistakes in the draft. The dude said, Howie Roseman, that the Reddick was a win-win. And I'm like this. I got you, Jalen. Thank you. They go like this. Reddick was a win-win. Well, you're not getting compensation for 3 years. The guy's under the same contract. How is that a win-win? You got the lesser player in Bryce Huff.
Yeah.
Vic Fangio has had an influence the last 3 years on the personnel and the direction of the scheme, which means this. So when he got the job, you didn't want Hassan Reddick on the team, and that's why he's not on the team. He's in New York. They also said that this was Sirianni answering a question from a press person. Hey, dude, what kind of player do you want, Nick? Well, Howie really does a lot of homework. Him and his people, you can't imagine the type of work that goes into the players and then the final decision that he makes when he picks the players. So the head coach doesn't pick his coaching staff. He doesn't pick his players. He shows up on Sunday, and he has Big Dom there to manage his ego and his attitude so he doesn't scream at fans too much. So to your point, the Cowboys and the Eagles are almost in the same position, but it's ownership and it's GM-wise to this. You guys win a lot, but you don't win
when it counts.
Important games.
Okay. You're the GM for the Dallas Cowboys.
There's no getting around it.
I agree. What do you do differently besides lock up Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones in a room and just say, just stay away from it?
This comes down to Jeffrey Lurie and Jerry Jones doing this. Don't you and me are football players, Mark. If you get punched in the face 31 times, eventually you're going to duck, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well, Jerry hasn't ducked.
No, he has not. He keeps doing the same damn thing over and over again. And
he needs a capologist. He needs a capologist. I'll tell you one thing this guy, Howie Roseman, does do.
He
is the best cap management and contract general manager of anybody in the league. He's spectacular at it. However, when he dips his beak into the sandbox of personnel, they haven't drafted a corner in 20 years. That's successful. They haven't drafted a linebacker that's successful. They haven't drafted an edge rusher that's been successful since he's been ahead of the personnel. I mean, why would you, if you're Jeffrey Lurie, continue to hand him opportunities to go out there and still make mistakes in the draft when he's not qualified? He's not qualified to be the general manager in personnel. And neither, in my opinion, is Jerry.
He's not. That's Jerry's ego.
Do you remember Tony Tolbert?
Yes.
Okay. Jimmy found him in the 3rd round. Remember James Washington?
Oh, yeah.
Found him in the latter round.
Yeah. They found a lot.
They did the due diligence on Larry Allen, who was drafted in like the 12th round before he left, and then Switzerland then brought him in with Bob Ackles. These guys were great, not only in the 1st round, but when Jimmy put the value chart together, that's what made him, Mark, build that Cowboy team.
Jerry, oh my God. Jimmy, well, let's be clear here. Jerry's not winning the Super Bowl without Jimmy, and Jimmy's not winning one without Jerry.
Absolutely not. And absolutely totally true.
Because Jerry took care of the money and everything else, but Jimmy was great as far as the personnel. The fact that he ended up getting a number 1 pick for Steve Walsh, the finding Nate Newton. I mean, yeah, it was the number 1 and other stuff with it. He was constantly bringing in talent and finding the right kind of guys. He wasn't afraid to go ahead and make a move and say, we're going to get rid of our best player and see what we can get for it. We're going to take a chance on a guy like Charles Haley, who, couldn't get along in San Francisco and end up doing great things with them. Now, the thing is, I know you've killed my Cowboys because you look and say, Dak can't with CD and all that and so on. You're right. They cannot win a Super Bowl like that. What Micah needs is he needs a Robin on the other side. He needs some linemen in there. He is a guy that if you can use him as a specialist that can create havoc. But the problem is we got this mentality from Stephen Jones, and I don't want to fuck up your relationship with Stephen Jones or anything, but I don't want to hear position flex ever again. Okay? Listen. If you got
that was created after Jimmy left.
Position flex. The fact that you look at it and say, well, I've got a defensive end that can play tackle. And, really a tackle is a defensive lineman. So we can be a 1 technique guy. I got a safety and, he can play linebacker and all. No, listen.
You do that in junior football.
But that's what the Cowboys do. We have taken wide receivers and tried to make them tight ends, okay? We ended up having Lyle Collins, who was a great guard, and say, we want you to be a tackle. He puts on too much weight and fucks up his hips. We had a tight end, Enrico.
Dude, there's too much overcoaching and too much micromanaging in Dallas.
And that's the problem.
Just step away.
Give me a defensive tackle that only thing he knows is being a defensive tackle. If you are a tackle defensive end, you're too light to be a defensive tackle and you're too big to be an edge rusher. You can do them, but you're not going to do them exceptionally well. And this goes back to I've got to make do because I've fucked up with the cap.
Here, Mark, I want to give your and everyone a historical background. And by the way, I want to show a lot of your people that are there, and I showed you this last time.
Here we go.
Okay. I was in the building when they were building the Super Bowl teams.
Yes.
I was in the building.
You played with the Cowboys.
Yeah, that right there. Okay. First, Landry actually brought me in, but because my uncle played for Coach Landry when they were in New York, and he was the D coordinator in New York when they were there with Lombardi. So let me say this to you here. When they got the job for Jimmy to leave and go to Dallas, coaching the University of Miami, as everyone knows, he said, I have to have complete control. Jerry goes like this. No problem. I've got a lot to mess because Bumbright and everyone, Gil and all them people had completely destroyed the Cowboys financially. They were in ruin. So Jerry walked in there, leveraged every cent that he had, bought the team for like $150 million. He didn't have a cent. They fired everyone. They kept 5 people in the building. 5 of those people or 3 of those people are still there because they wanted some continuity. They even kept Gil on for the draft when they got Aikman. That was always a foregone conclusion that Aikman was going to be in the room. However, Jimmy made it very clear that we are under complete autonomy for me making all personnel decisions, coaching-wise, and also when it came to personnel. And on top of that, all those Miami Hurricane coaches he brought that they won 3 Super Bowls with were the lowest paid coaches in the National Football League at the time. You know why? Jimmy wanted them hungry. He wanted them hungry because he knew this is in the 1 in 15 year. We're going through mini camps. Randy White retires. You had all these other players that were veteran guys just walking out of the building. Ed stayed, and I was happy that he stayed. I got a chance to play a little bit with him, but this was how it went down. I mean, the Herschel Walker deal is a great example. They go under legendary noon run. He looks over at Dave Wannstedt. This is in the offseason. He goes, why am I keeping Herschel Walker? What's the point? And he goes like this. So they got on the phone with Cleveland. Cleveland was ready to pull the deal. They had all these draft choices. In parachutes Minnesota. Minnesota comes in, and Jimmy goes like this. Yes, they send Walker to Minnesota. Do you know not one of those football players that they made that trade for with Minnesota ever played for the Dallas Cowboys? Jimmy wanted the picks because the picks were going to create the football team. Everyone was questioning, even the Eagles. I mean, Buddy Ryan was talking all kinds of shit to Jimmy on the sidelines, 1 in 15. Hey, this ain't Eastern Carolina, guy. All that kind of stuff, man. He was killing him. And Jimmy goes, don't worry, we're going to hang it. Even Dave Wannstedt said, everybody's on a 34. Do you think we should get away from the 43? Jimmy goes like this. No, we're going to stick here and we're going to go with what we're doing. 3 years later, won a Super Bowl and built one of the greatest dynasties of all time. All because he had complete control.
Yeah, and that's the problem here is Jerry's got –
and you have none of that now.
Yeah. And so I guess we're getting ready. Don't have too much time left here on your show. I don't want to hog it up. I see most of your Eagle chat is like, end this turd.
Well, because you know what the problem becomes with the Philly fans is that, you know, I pointed out all these things. It's funny, Mark, you know, I listen to a press conference and it's like Philly fans hear a completely different conversation than what was said. And you and I know what you and I do. We sit there and they go, he just said he controls the entire draft and he picks the players without the coach saying. But what they want to hear is that the coach has some say. And now we know the coach has no say.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're like,
all people do their jobs.
I mean, and get this, like one thing you and I agree on, these key fob warriors that are still in radio and they want the accessibility. The reason that you're becoming so successful in Dallas is because you're running the radio guys out of business because those guys can't speak the truth on a station that Jerry Jones is on twice a week.
Well, you are actually uniquely positioned because you were one of those radio guys, and now you're on the other side. Which side do you like better being on?
I like this side.
I know that you see the thing I like about you, and see when you shit on me, okay. I'm one that this is what I want people, and shout out to everybody that's taking time out here. We got almost 300 people on JAKIB Sports and about 200 on my channel too as well. I want people to take away one thing here because we have a problem in the world right now, which is if you don't agree with me, my attitude is fuck you, and I won't have a conversation with you. Get out of your comfort zone and talk to somebody who may have a difference of opinion. And what you might find out is they're a lot like you are. And see, that's the thing. I've only talked to you a few times, but I feel like I've known you for years. And you're going to speak the truth. And that's the thing that I love. Because, see, what's happened like with
by the way, Mark does have over 100 subscribers, 100,000 subscribers, senor, so he does.
A lot of times you feel like there really is a narrative. And that's how I actually got started on doing this, because I would hear things. It's like, that's bullshit. That's not actually how it went. But you would constantly hear the same thing over and over and over and over again. And so I wanted to try and speak truth to it. Now you're on this side now and kind of looking at it. So you're basically saying it is true that they are towing the company line.
Well, here's one thing, though, that is troublesome that for me, it's always been a staple in my career. Doesn't matter if I'm on the radio, doesn't matter if I'm on television. I first started in TV, actually, and then I got into radio. And I've been doing radio for 34 years, and then now I've been doing this for the last 3. And I still had the Philadelphia Eagles public relations department calling my bosses, making up all these wild accusations about me and saying things and taking things out of context to try to scare people. My company's not scared. And what they'll do is, because I don't know what it is, Mark, sometimes when I say something, it's just what it is, I guess. And it's something, the way we say it. See, I was schooled by Rush Limbaugh. And Rush told me it's about content and delivery of content. And so I guess it's the way that I do it. But it's what I find in this is that these people, the audience, tells me what they want to hear. No longer it's me wanting to tell them what I want to have them hear. And in radio, people's egos are so big that they think they know what the customer wants. And they don't, because they don't listen to the customer. That's the difference.
You know, in watching, the difference is, and here's the difference between social media and normal media. They are a one-way vehicle. They're putting out their opinion and so on. Things have evolved where it needs to be a two-way street. And you're recognizing that because it's the people out there that see bullshit and they want to call it out and they want to know that they're being heard.
Yeah, but Mark, people like to be they would rather be lied to than told the truth, because you know why?
This is
comfort zone. It's like watching your favorite movie 100 times or listening to your favorite song 100 times. It puts you in a comfort zone where it makes you feel good. I like to make people feel uncomfortable. See, to me, uncomfortable conversations is truth. You know, I've been called controversial. I didn't realize talking the truth is controversial. I don't really say a lot. I say some things, and I have. Okay, and I've effed up a couple times in some of the things that I've said, but they were mistakes. That's it.
Q Ball super chatted and wanted you to ask me a question from earlier. And I don't want to.
Go ahead, Q. What was it? What was the question? Here we go. Go ahead, Mark.
What plans would you have for the Cowboys if you were the GM? Likewise. Well, for me, okay, first of all, I would lock up Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and say, listen, you guys aren't coming anywhere near the field or the team until Sunday, and you guys go have a big party in your box, okay? I'm going to go out there and –
You sound like Jimmy.
I mean, seriously, I don't know. Listen, if you're paying me to do a job, let me do the damn job, okay? Next thing I'm going to do is I'm getting somebody who can work the damn cap. Okay, because that's half the problem. This whole thing, it's you're being sold a whole bunch of bullshit when you look at the Cowboys spending $11 million this year, and you see Carolina and New York spending $330 million. Okay, there's something wrong here. Either you have fucked up in the past on how you're managing the money, or you've just wasted the money, or you don't know what you're doing. I don't know which one you want to take, but we have to fix that more than anything else. The next thing, I am focusing in, as opposed to the guys that sell jerseys, I am working on getting the guys that actually win championships. To me,
Mark, do you think they're more concerned on TV ratings and merchandise and revenue than they are? And more importantly, I say this, and this is probably going to be shitting on you again.
No, it's okay.
You might as well call the Dallas Cowboys the Dallas Kardashians.
Perfect name. I'll get my wife to make a shirt just like that. That's what
Dallas Kardashians.
You think about it, though, Dan. When you talk about winning, I think about the teams that have won Super Bowls. Your Tampa Bay Buccaneers won a Super Bowl, got bad, won another one. The Rams won 2 Super Bowls. Hell, the Arizona Cardinals went to a Super Bowl. The Green Bay Packers came back and they won a couple of them. And the Cowboys haven't done shit. Hell, the Detroit Lions have gone deep now in the playoffs. And during that time where the Cowboys have done absolutely nothing, they're worth billions more than everybody else. And every single day, there's somebody else doing another article on who's going to replace Dak Prescott. It's what did Jerry Jones say? They're winning in the battle of publicity. They're the most valuable franchise in the world. So why change? You're making money. Winning the Super Bowl, that's 1 year.
You know, I had the the head of Fox, the guy who founded Fox, and his name escapes me.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been on 3 or 4 times, and he founded the NFL on Fox and Fox Sports.
Wow.
Okay. What's that?
Wow.
Yeah, well, I've had him on. You know what? When Michael Irvin and the White House and all that stuff were going on. No, not Rupert Murdoch, the guy who founded Fox Sports. And he's been on, like I said, a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
His name escapes me right now. But he said this. Jerry goes, man, I got to pull this thing back. I got to pull this thing back. And you know what he said? He goes like this. Don't you ever touch David Hill. It's David Hill. That's it. Thank you, Stevens. David Hill's been on like 3 or 4 times. The guy who founded Fox Sports, hired Madden, hired Summerall. And he goes, don't you ever touch my Dallas Cowboys, ever. It's the greatest theatrical show and reality television show in the world. Don't ever change it. Those words from David Hill, okay, who said it on my program. Don't you ever change the Cowboys. And you know why? The value of your football team with the star will go up every year. Winning 12 games is not going to send your value up. What you do with your theatrical play every year. So think about this, Mark. No matter what you cover, no matter Dak, CD, Micah, well, that's part of the story.
It's the gift that gives. If the Cowboys are bad, everybody's still watching because they're so happy to see them go through misery. If they're winning, of course, everybody's going to be watching because they're pissed off. And
13 that's wins, Mark. 13 wins is not going to get you. It's not going to make Jerry Jones any more money. How can a guy have increased $150 million he bought the team for? It's worth $10 billion today.
Right.
Over 30 years. Boy, I'd like to have that investment.
I mean, definitely like to have that.
Think about that. I mean, that's over tenfold on your investment of $150 million. And guess what? Since 96, is it? 97?
Mm-hmm.
You haven't done shit. And the team has gone up even more.
That's what I'm saying. That's where it's crazy.
Mark, next week is the draft.
I will be there in Detroit. Now, we might be just getting to the hotel at 3:30. So if we are going to,
if we have to move the time, we will.
Yeah, but we will be broadcasting live from Detroit. We'll be there Wednesday through Saturday, and
Fantastic.
We are literally 0.4 of a mile away from the stage at our hotel. So we are right smack dab in the middle of the whole kit and caboodle.
That's going to be fantastic, man. Thank you. You're going to be right there on the premises of the NFL draft. That's going to be awesome. I look forward to it.
It's all we got. It's Cowboy. It's all we got.
Is what?
It's hope? The draft. That's all.
Optimism. Mark, think about that. The only thing you have is hope and optimism.
Oh, shit.
You don't have anything else.
I know. No, we ain't got shit else. That's it. We ain't got
I'll tell you
shit
what, you
else.
do have the West End, though, man, and I do love the Palm down there. So, I mean, and Hooters, I'm all good down there.
There you go. I appreciate it as always, man. I feel honored, knowing some of the people that have been here on with you and stuff, that you take a little old guy out of his mama's basement wearing his wife's panties and put him on the show. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mark. We'll catch up next week. Thank you, my friend.
All right. Peace out.
You got it. That is Mark Holmes. Make sure you check him out. He does a really great job with his. He does have over 100,000 subscribers. I didn't think I thought we drilled them. Cowboys are going nowhere. You got 3 guys that are not going to win you a Super Bowl. You got 3 guys. I said it. Those 3 guys are not going to win you a Super Bowl. Look at Senor. Cute fireside chat. No, I thought if cute fireside chat was, we don't really like to draft corners here. We do it a different way. I cover gaps or mistakes with gaps. Here's another one. Oh, no, we'll reset that shit at the top. I'm sorry, that was bullshit. Hey, Prince, What was bullshit? I ripped both. I wasn't kind to the Cowboys. They'll never win. They haven't done shit in 30 years. What else did you want me to do? I'm not mad at him. I think you guys are thinking that I'm mad at him. Why would I be mad at him? I don't know him from a can of paint. I'm becoming friends with him. Oh, get this. Now you get a chance to say something about a guy who's been successful at what he does. But now what it does is you're deflecting. Look at how many people in here are acting like Howie Roseman. Deflectors off of the worst press conference getting ready for a draft I've ever heard from a general manager. I mean, you know Jerry Jones is a bullshit artist. Howie just pretends he's not. Okay? I'll be looking forward to Wednesdays now. I like Mark's perspective. CT Philly, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Both teams are not very old that D. Tough to win. Yeah. Okay? Yes, sir. Howie's job is on the line. Jalen. No, it's not. No, it's not. Vic Fangio and the clown boy Sirianni's job is on the line. Well, let's be honest. You need established corners that can play in the NFL. I'd rather have someone that has proven that can play in the NFL than gamble in the draft. I believe that's Xander's take. Okay? Brian, great host, Sills. You're awesome at what you do. Thank you. And we appreciate you being here. Howie is the dumbest guy handling a draft. BS. Everyone into thinking he's a genius. Half of that is true. Can't pick defense. Can't. Okay? Still should have told Mark no worries after the 49ers kicked the Cowboys' ass. The Eagles will be next again. Well, 49ers beat the piss out of the Eagles too, and actually stole their pride and sent them home, and they laid down and quit. Compared to other years, Howie is on a short leash. I don't know, Jalen. Here's why, Jalen, he's not on a short leash. He's not on a short leash because of the contracts and the cap management he does. Like here. Dude, the Devontae Smith cap hits are spectacular. 2024, 8.1. For a guy you're going to eventually pay $25 million to, 25, 7.6. These are nothing burgers. 2026, 10.7. Really? 27, 14.8. And then in 28, 20.1. That's a lot. There will be a restructure in there probably in 27 or maybe even in 26. So those are really good for a $100 million contract. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, you talk about cuddling up. You should have seen those two love buttons over there at the NovaCare Center yesterday, snuggling up. Nice cup of hot cocoa. Oh, that was really well answered, Nick. Thank you, Howie. I really appreciate it. Hey, my knees have healed since I got off them when I was in Jeffrey's office. Thank you. And you never have to worry about any hard questions being asked at any press conference for the Eagles because no one will ask them. You never have to worry about it because no one's ever going to ask you tough questions. What happened in the meltdown? Why'd the team quit? You ain't going to ask that question. Hey, you'll be put on suspension like that NPR host was put on suspension for calling out his network. Just doing the right thing. Fair and balanced. No. Don't I pay for NPR? Isn't that a taxpayer thing? Don't taxpayers pay for NPR radio, National Public Radio? Don't we pay for that? I thought our taxes pay for that. I thought our taxes did that. I don't know. I was just, I'm spitballing here. Seals, good job with Holmes. Can't stand Cowboy fans, but you have to respect a guy who can shine light on issues with his own team. No Kool-Aid drinking. Hey, Bob. No. What you get is see, I was disappointed that LJ and some of the other guys in here didn't get their YouTube. Like Big Bill and them guys didn't get their YouTube cheerleading outfit uploaded to the Eagle website, and how things are going great. I was like, all them guys. All right, we're going to reset. Hit the like button. Again, the press conference was gold. Thank you, Eagles. Thank you. Ton of stuff to still. Hey, he doesn't like the question about Reddick. Love it. Hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports, and certainly the easiest when you're watching the NBA. And the NBA playoffs are almost here, and you can win money making picks. What are you waiting for? Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com and use the promo code WIN. An Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN. Get ready for the NBA and get ready for the NBA playoffs. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
Philadelphia fans, were cut from a different cloth. Born into a brotherhood and bonded to our team for life. We believe anything is possible because we've witnessed the impossible. While we may be from different neighborhoods, come Sunday, we are one, and we will be heard. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hi everybody, my name's Jason Lombardi. I'm an inspector at DryTech. At DryTech we offer three major services, the first one being basement waterproofing. The second service we offer is foundation and structural repairs. And then the third service that we offer is mold remediation. If you feel you are having a waterproofing issue, give DryTech a call or check us out online.
Mike Little was a union construction worker who was badly injured when he suffered a horrific fall because of someone's negligence. His life would change forever.
It was just a real downward spiral with everything you do, and you're sitting home by yourself all day. You can't go out because you can't drive, you can't walk well. It was just a horrible situation.
Call Brian Fritz at the Fritz and Beyond Cooley Law Firm at 215-548-2222.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Next head football coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Bill Belichick. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Finally get a damn coach in the building. Finally get someone in the building. Knows what he's doing. Especially on defense. Especially on here. So Senor is calling it fake news Sills Network. Hey, senor, where's Reddick's deal? Is that fake news? You said he was being offered $20 million that the Eagles would keep him. Where's his new deal? Fake news? Or Big Sills news? Fake news? Okay, get this. And look at both these girls here, LJ and Senor. Reddick's agent sucks. Oh, coaching and agents. Look at these two girls. Look at these two girls here. Sent you a DM. Little something to laugh at. Hey, hold on here. He says it's the Big Sills fake network. Let's take a look at that. The Big Sills fake network. Come on, honey. Howie Roseman makes all personnel and head coaching and assistant coaching decisions and hirings. You told me when I first got here, Nick's got complete control, senor. Now you know that was a lie that you were spreading. Fake news, senor number 2. All of you in here were telling me that Nick hires his coaches and Nick plays who he wants. That's a lie. Senor, lie number 2. Hassan Reddick didn't want to play for Vic Fangio and the Eagles. You know how we know this? It's not a win-win. He wanted out at any cost. Not fake news. There's no 3-year extension. That was Vic's call. So was it Vic's call last year when he was the defensive coordinator of the Dolphins that Vic suggested to Howie that they should replace Desai? Because at the press conference, he said he's had a direct impact over the last 3 years on our defense. Isn't that collusion? Huh. Mistakes. Mistakes are made by covering, what's the word? Gaps. That's code for draft bust. Woo! How you doing? All that stuff you guys were telling me about. Hey, I thought you guys watch and cover the Philadelphia Eagles for the last how many years? I've come in here 3 years and blown all your bullshit apart. Okay? I've blown it all apart. You don't run your organization the way you think. All you got to do is listen. Here, I reposted the interview thing. Okay? How's that Reddick extension? Hey, James, there was never going to be. They wanted him out. He wanted out. He had pushback against Governor Roseman. And they fired him. Hey, get this. Reddick didn't want to be used the way that Vic wanted to use him, and he wanted out. How many people have confidence in Lord Roseman in the upcoming NFL draft? Lord Roseman. Oh, he was so arrogant and so absolutely obnoxious. Listening to how he talk. Am I talking too much? No, you're not doing enough. Had nothing to do. If I draft a player, you can guarantee he'll stay here. Because you draft him? The guy's annoying. He's completely annoying. You know, one thing he did say that I did like, I do like the 30 visit stuff. I do like the 30 visits where you sit down with a kid and it's more so than anything looking at tape and anything, and you're trying to get to know the kid for as brief a time as you can. I kind of like that because I think you can get a lot out of an interview. I do. And getting a little sense of what the kid's made up of. Okay? Howie looks like the guy on the Keebler box. Funny. Yeah. He looks like the guy on the Keebler box. Bob Brown goes minimal. In the early rounds, drafting is about action, how he reacts, which is why he's better with free agency. How he's better with the sure thing, Bob. That's what he's better with. We mock what we don't understand, Dan. Dan Aykroyd. What do you mean we don't understand? I totally understood the interview and the pre-draft press conference yesterday completely. He runs the whole show. He picks the coaches. He picks the players. He picks the play design. He picks the coordinators. He picks who plays on Sunday. I completely. All that was said yesterday. That's all that was said. According to CBS Draft, all cornerbacks fall to 22. We will find out about Howie. He's not drafting a corner down there. You know why? He can't. He would rather pick an offensive tackle, which he should. Which he should. Manster, are you crazy? I'm LJ's father. He comes and sees dad every day and posts 40,000 chat box. I'm his dad. I don't go to his home. He comes to my home every day and sits in the corner and talks out of turn sometimes. Sometimes we acknowledge it. Sometimes we don't. But I'm his dad. He's on pace. I think we added it up. 43,000. 43. I don't think I've ever done anything 43,000 times. No. You know, I thought about whether or not LJ was a stalker. You know, it's kind of weird for a dude being a stalker. So I've got to take that into perspective. I'm actually very happy because from what I understand and what Mark Holmes tells me, every time LJ posts my name and says something, the algorithm helps me a lot. So LJ, do me a favor. Keep posting away. I need you. Thank you. I want to thank you. So the more you do it, the more it helps me with YouTube. Thank you, son. Thank you. I can't do it without you. The king of the algorithm, LJ. Yeah. Woo! This guy helps me every time he talks shit on me. Don't you get it? Every time he does it. Still spent an hour talking about me today. because you're here all day and you post 40,000 posts. Should I not? Should I not acknowledge you? Do you not want me to? I can easily do that. I could block you, but I would never. Hey, sweetie. Thank you, honey. Hey, MG2, he don't get it. The more he posts, the more he's helping old Big Sills. Keeps silly Big Sills. Sills, that helps too. Thank you. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, man. I don't trust Howie, AK. I'm an international. Hey, Hollywood, I'm an international criminal. He'll squeal. Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. Not Chow on. Yeah, okay. The other Chow. I'm good with calculations. That Chow. Okay. That's good. Are you crazy? LJ, you are obsessed with the show, which is great. Thank you. You're here every day, 4 hours strong. Whatever, even if you called me an a-hole for 4 hours, that helps me. Thank you. Zesty ass. Okay, Sills, I like when you put Holmes on. Thank you very much. I think he's passed on since, but that Holmes, yes. Sills, it's not a sure thing. Howie's better at reviewing or studying other teams' drafting success, then signs players who are free. While it works for Howie, it prevents sustained success. Yeah, and you got to keep doing the same stuff over and over again. Dan Sileo's a Bills fan. I'm no fan. I'm an NFL fan. How many times do I tell you that? I don't root for a team. How do you don't get that through your head? I played for the Bucs, was drafted by the Bucs, played for the Canes. That's all you see. Not a fan. And my mentor, Leroy Selman, who, if it wasn't for Reggie White, I would say is the best, according to Bill Belichick and Mean Joe Green, is the best 34 end in the history of the league. Mean Joe Green says that guy right there, my mentor, Leroy Selman, is probably the greatest 34 defensive end who's ever played. Go look it up on those 100 greatest players. And when they pick the all-time team, he's on it. Sean, thank you, my friend. Deuce is now in Cleveland after 2 years in Detroit. Detroit had a pretty good running game this past year. They really did. He does a nice job up there. Okay? Dan, you got a Josh Allen picture in your wallet. You kidding me, man? Of course I would. Oh, my God. Are you kidding? I would have a picture of Josh Allen. Here's what I would do, Twiz. I'd have a picture of Josh Allen in my wallet, and I have a picture of Jalen Hurts in my toilet. In my toilet. It'd be the roll, you know? Oh, I got to get a little Jalen. Hey, can I get a little Jalen? It's TP paper. Wouldn't that be great? Hey, get a little Jalen. Give me some Jalen paper. Thank you. Give me some Jalen paper. Oh, man. Hey, Mark, thank you. You taught me a lesson about guys like LJ. LJ, please. Mark says you're needed. Please type away. Call me every name on the planet. Just keep doing. Like a seal. He's like a trained seal, LJ. No, LJ, me talking about you doesn't help you. It helps me. So I'm going to always help Big Sills. You're missing it. Keep typing. Hey, Mark, get this. That guy, LJ, he's on pace for 44,000 posts in 12 months. 44,000 posts he'll do this year. 44,000. 44,000. Steven, this is the most toxic damn channel I've ever seen. It is? How is it toxic? What's the one? I don't do any over-the-top topics. What are you talking about, Steven? That's so toxic. Name me one thing. One thing. One thing that's toxic. What's toxic? Jalen Hurts toilet paper. So you don't have a sense of humor. Huh. Damn, bro, that's a stalker? Shh. You told me, hey, Mark, you told me stalkers are good. You told me stalkers were good. Hey, Mel, truth telling isn't toxic. I'm waiting to see what I'm trying to. What's toxic, dude? It's funny as shit, Sills. Yeah. The truth is toxic to weak-minded dopes. Oh. Hey, Mark, isn't it? Watch this. Hey, Mark, stay right where you are. I want to show you something. This was the press conference yesterday with Howie Roseman addressing some of the things. And instead of resetting it at the top, RBs love the Eagles. Helps them make those bonuses. Thank you, Hollywood. Thank you for the super chats too, guys. Watch this, Mark. This is what we learned at the fireside chat yesterday. Thank you, Stephen. I got it. Howie, when asked the question, when he fails in the draft, calls it, you want to fill areas on your team and gaps on your team with free agents. Gaps are code for F-ups in the draft. Nice way of covering. Secondly, dude was asked a question about Hassan Reddick deal. Said it was a win-win. It's not a win-win. They're not compensated for 3 years. He told a reporter that that was a misrepresentation of the deal. When you got rid of the better player and signed the lesser player who's never started a down in New York and is the lesser guy. And they paid him more. I'll continue. This was at the fireside chat yesterday. Fangio's had autonomy over the team and influence over the team the last 3 years in personnel decisions and scheme. So you're the one who got rid of Reddick. You're the one that signed and drafted Nolan Smith. You're the one that suggested that they draft Nakobe Dean. So wait a minute. You drafted, so Vic Fangio drafted Nakobe Dean and Nolan Smith. Is that what they're saying? They don't really like to draft corners. Mark Fletcher Jr. should be starting running back for the Miami. He's another Miami great running back. Derrick Henry is his comp. I like the kid too, kid. How is that possible when Vic was coaching the Dolphins? I'd like to know that too. So is Howie lying? He said in the presser, the last 3 years, Vic Fangio has had an influence on our defense the last 3 years. And with the last coordinators, he was mentors to them. Good question. Why didn't someone follow up with that, senor? Good question. Why did someone ask the follow-up? Vic was the defensive coordinator of the Dolphins last year. How's that possible that he had an influence? Could you clarify, please? Oh, no, he was Desai. Since when was Desai a disciple? Oh, Chicago. Okay. Desai was up in Chicago when he was there. Okay. I wish somebody would have clarified it instead of having to figure it out. When they were talking about the upcoming draft in 8 days, Nick was like, ask him. He does all the work. He makes the final decision. He's the guy that, and his guys and his analytic guys are the guys that pick the players, not me. And that's what people are aggravated with me today over. And like Ty said, I didn't say anything that they didn't say yesterday. Right, Ty? I didn't make anything up. I made nothing up. But when you point that out, people get upset. Steven says, Sills, Milton Williams needs to start. Does he move to DE in the 34? I think they got him earmarked over there. I don't know, though, if he is a function. I've never seen him in the 34. So you're moving a player over to a position I just don't know. I like him. He's a talented player. Okay? I do. Look at fitness. Fitness, he did, except for the quotes, everything was. I didn't make anything up when Sirianni said, listen, this guy Fitness is a bull-faced liar. How he makes the final decision after all the evaluating and the hard work he does, Nick didn't answer the question because it's a question for Roseman because he picks him. He said it. I didn't say that. Nick picks none of the players, which means Nick doesn't really pick the players that play on Sundays. That's not a lie. That's in the press conference. Go listen to it and then come back and tell me. There's no lies to that. That's not an opinion. Those were Nick Sirianni's words. And this guy's making it sound like I made something up that Nick said. Go listen. I wish we could play quotes. Holy cow. Xander. My show would be shut down if we played quotes from that press conference. You should just listen. Let's see here. What was reported last year? Howie picks the 48 who dress on Sunday. That's what Doug was saying. Okay. I hope you cover this team for years to come. It'll be a hell of boring going back to watching other shows again. Brian, that's the most important thing that anyone has said here today, is that we try to be funny. We try to have clarity. We try to make sure that when we're talking, that we're kind of giving one's opinion, the same opinion you have. But what we will not do You heard me even with Mark Holmes. I wasn't throwing rainbows and butterflies at the Cowboys. Jerry Jones gets in the way. Listen, you two franchises have a lot in common. You've won more over the last 20 years. You've won more. But you don't win the ultimate. That's why you guys are so sold on 10-1. And when you're posting that during the season, and you guys post 10-1, 14-3, you should just be posting the most important thing: Super Bowl win. You think the Kansas City Chiefs gave a shit whether they won 11 games, 14 games, 12 games, or any of that? You think they care? They care about winning championships. You think they care about getting to the playoffs? You know, I had a – hey, Flexen, I had a conversation with my Canes guys a year ago, and I asked them this question. And I said to them, I go, how many people in here want to go to a bowl game? There are about 80 guys in there. All of them raise their hand. Mario Cristobal already knew where I was going. He goes like this. Mario Cristobal, head coach of the Canes. Xander, he went just like this. And I looked over at him, and he knew that I got him. My first question, how many people in here want to go to a bowl game? I do. Dan, I want to go to a bowl game. And I go like this. How many people want to go to a New Year's Day bowl game? Everybody put their hand up. And I was like, that's great. And those guys then turned around and went, aren't those good goals? I go, going to a bowl game and going to a New Year's Day game? I could care less about that. As a matter of fact, going to a bowl game, if you told me I was going to a bowl game, I would refuse to go. I'm not playing in the December bowl game. I'm not playing in the New Year's Day bowl game. I'm playing for national championship, son. And Mario's like, we got a long way to go. I go, you guys don't have the mentality. If you fish for guppies, you'll catch minnows. I mean, you're fishing for guppies. You fish for guppies, you catch minnows. You chase nickels, you'll get pennies. Bill Belichick, new head football coach. Hey, we should start a clock. We should start a clock. The Bill Belichick head coaching of the Eagle clock. That would be great. Okay? That would be great. James said, Sills, Dolphins medical said Breeze was shot. True. So Saban went to Alabama. No, not quite true. Okay? Not quite true. But it's true that when Saban got there, the medical staff told him that Breeze and Dr. Andrews they don't know what the shoulder's going to look like. So they signed Culpepper. And when he got out to those 2 years and he wasn't doing it, he decided to go to Alabama and he replaced Don Shula's kid, Mike Shula, as the head coach of Alabama. And that's what changed Alabama forever. Absolutely. That's how that played. I was down there when all that went down. You know the problem that Nick had at Miami? There were 25 different people in the front office that he had to answer to, and they all got in the way. He couldn't have clarity in his decision-making in his coaching hires or in his personnel. Do you know when I think he had a 500 record against Belichick as the head coach of the Dolphins. I think he was 2-2. And that was when Brady was there. Okay? Kellen Moore head coach. Okay, that's good. Bill will only be head coach next year if we have a terrible year. If we have a good year, Nick will be out and Kellen will be the head coach. Probably more truer than you think. Yes. Yes. So saying how he makes the final decision is misleading. Final decision sounds like they are loud, passionate conversations towards consensus. Great take. Howie is my way or the highway guy, and that's why Reddick's in New York. We learned that yesterday. Thank you, Sills, for making it more clear. Yeah, I mean, if they go Breeze, can you imagine Breeze and Brady in the AFC East for 20 years? Brady's career may have been altered if Breeze lands in Miami. If Breeze lands in Miami, Alabama football is not what it is. And Miami football is probably fighting titles between the Patriots and them. If Breeze had gone and he had gotten the quarterback, this all comes down to getting the quarterback right. Not even Nick Saban got the quarterback right. Why? Personnel decisions inside of the medical tent and in the organization dictate your success. That's why when you're a head coach in Philly, you don't have control of your own destiny. No matter how well you do, whether you win a Super Bowl or you go to 3 playoff games. They don't look at it that way, and they don't look at your job security like that. You're on a day-to-day leash, and it is a leash in Philly if you're a head coach, especially under the current regime. When Andy Reid left the building, they were never going to have a coach have the autonomy that Andy had with Joe Banner. You see, you got to remember, when Andy Reid and Joe Banner were running the Eagles, there was dual responsibilities. Joe handled the personnel. Howie was a cap out. Can you think about this? Why did that work better? And you did win the Super Bowl in 2017. Howie was the cap guy. Joe Banner was the personnel guy. And Andy was the head coach. Hey, Dirty D, is that how that dynamic worked? And it's why you went to 5 straight NFC championship games. You don't have that dynamic now. The power wasn't split 3 ways. Now it's split 1 way. You see the difference? Am I right when I say this? And now somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong in that dynamic? Banner ran the personnel. Andy had influence in it. Andy picked his coaches. And Howie was the cap guy. If you go on his bio, he came in on the capology side. He didn't come in on the personnel side. He was a cap dude. So they had a 3-headed horseman in the building. No Super Bowls for Andy and Banner in Philly. Agreed. Andy played GM too. Well, Banner did a really nice job with, again, those were lesser talented teams than your 22 and 17 team. Eagles would have won a Super Bowl back then if Jim Johnson didn't die. Defense was on point to support the offense. He's a great defensive coordinator, one of the greatest of all time. He'll go down, in my opinion, tremendous coordinator. Damn shame that guy didn't win a Super Bowl. Like, just a tremendous defensive coordinator. And, when those guys don't get, like Don Coryell, Don Coryell goes in as a contributor instead of going in as a head coach. He's not in the Hall of Fame as a coach. He's in the Hall of Fame as a contributor. And contributing to the National Football League and his offensive intellect is why he's in. So they had to come up with a category to get him in. That's kind of what Jim Johnson is too. Denny probably not getting in the Hall of Fame because he doesn't have a world championship under his belt. Remember something about Buddy. There's more of an argument for Buddy Ryan. You know who the defensive coordinator of the 1969 New York Jets was, right? You guys know who that was, right? Who the coordinator of the 69 Jets that won the Super Bowl over the Colts was Buddy Ryan. Buddy has a Super Bowl ring, and then he was a Super Bowl defensive coordinator with the Chicago Bears in 1985. So he theoretically has 2 Super Bowl rings as defensive coordinator. So there's more of an argument for Buddy going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a coordinator with 2 Super Bowl rings, and one game being one of the most significant games of all time, the Jets-Colts game in Super Bowl III. So you could make the argument that he's worthy. Hey, Johnson's great. No shade. No shade. It's a shame that we don't have more coordinators that just stay in their lane instead of trying to get head coaching jobs to fail. There's too much turnover now, and most just fail anyway. Sam, the problem that you have with today, let's do this. The head coaching responsibilities changed. Who's the biggest personality in the NFL right now, head coaching wise? Who's the biggest personality? Would you say? Guy with the biggest personality in the NFL. Dan Campbell? Okay, Dan Campbell. So we're going there. Dan Campbell. Okay, I'm all right. Dan Campbell. Anyone else? I don't think John Harbaugh is a big personality at all. We'll see what Jim does. Andy Reid? I don't think Andy Reid's a big personality at all. Jim Harbaugh? Probably going to be. McVay? You hear McVay doing a lot? You think he's got a big personality at the mic? I think he's redundant and he's boring at the mic. Sean Payton? Here's my point. Is there anybody in the league like Belichick? Is there anybody in the league like Parcells? Big Dom. Maybe Mike Tomlin, Taylor. Is there anybody in the league like Parcells in personality? Anybody? You think Sean Payton has Bill Parcells' personality? I'm going to make a point here. Does anybody in the NFL have the personality of Bill Parcells? Okay. Does anybody in the NFL have the personality of Mike Ditka? Mike Ditka. How about Buddy Ryan? Anybody with personalities like Buddy Ryan? Don Shula. The point is, owners don't want that anymore. Owners don't want that. Look at the managers in baseball. Who's the biggest personality in baseball managing right now? Gee. Who? If Jimmy stayed, how many Super Bowls does Dallas win? I think they're the Patriots. Probably 10. Here's what's happened to the league. They're more centric in front office control because the money's getting bigger. They control the rosters more. I know more about the owners today than I ever did in the past. There's more ownership control. They also want playing coaches, but they also want offensive-minded young guys. Some of the guys that have been hired over the last 2 years, and including Sirianni, I've never heard of. And you pass on veteran guys like Pete Carroll, Mike Vrabel, and Bill Belichick, those guys are not getting hired again. Maybe Vrabel. But, I kid around with Belichick. They're not hiring them. That's not happening. Why? Because those head coaches want say. Owners don't want a head coach with say. So, in theory, the Nick Sirianni template that they have with Philly, the last guy that had say in that building was Doug. There'll never be another head football coach in that building that will have any control whatsoever. They will all look like they'll all look like Nick Sirianni. Every one of them. So when you say fire, at the end of the day, too, when you say fire Nick, you're going to hire Nick. Yeah, that chip stuff, not happening. That thing's over with. You're not hiring Jim Harbaugh because Jeffrey Lurie then has no control over the personnel. And Jeffrey Lurie has no control over the say of the direction of the team. There's more control. By the way, again, I think this is a league thing. But when you get these really great coaches that are play calling head coaches, those are the guys that have more. Look at Sean McVay. Sean McVay's got a lot of say in the direction of the Rams. Why? Because he's the game plan caller. Andy has more say. He's winning. Andy brought Veach in. And what else? Ownership is old school. Okay? I mean, the Hunts know how to run football business. So, Sills, would those kind of coaches rather just give up coaching for good instead of giving up the control? Yeah, because then they don't get this. Bill Parcells. If Bill Parcells coached in today's NFL, he'd have no control of his destiny. He couldn't bring his own players in. He couldn't bring in Romeo Crennel. He couldn't bring in Bill Belichick. He couldn't bring in people like Tom Coughlin. He couldn't bring Sean Payton in. He couldn't bring any of them in because ownership would want to have more control of who's being brought in like Howie does. You see, that press conference yesterday is an NFL press conference. That's the trend in the league of today. Control. It's control. Control of personnel. Man, again, though, here's where Howie is spectacular. Those contracts and the cap management stuff, spectacular. I don't think Nick should have been hired at all. Rob, in today's NFL, he's the prototype coach. Fall on the sword, deflect blame. Credit goes to the front office when they win. Remember who won the executive of the year they went to the Super Bowl? Sirianni didn't win coach of the year. The executive of the year was Howie Roseman. So the credit went to the GM. And a little of the credit went to the coach. When the team didn't play well, the coach's job was on the line, not the GM's. He's a perfect prototype coach of today. Fall on the sword and deflect success to others, especially in the front office. Get this, respectfully thought of. Well, if he's respectfully thought of, I would ask you this. Why did his players quit? They respected him so much and loved him. If you love your husband or you love your wife so much or your girlfriend, things aren't going well for you. You quit on them? Let's just get a divorce? Is that what we're talking here? Howie's got his name on all the Super Bowl rings. Yeah, the players don't. He does. Okay? Anthony says that Sirianni has to win the fan base back. Anthony, this may sound really, in my this. How about this? This may sound not cool. The Philadelphia Eagle fan base is not that hard to win over. It's not that hard to win over. Just win. I'll tell you what, though. It's easily lost. You don't really have a gray area. That whole thing will turn around if they win. They win, 23 will be an anomaly to them. If they lose, they'll turn on him just like they'll turn on Jalen Hurts. You think they're going to tolerate continued bad play at that position, especially after Wentz? No way. That's what makes your fan base spectacular, is that at least you do this. You fall in dire love with your team and your players to the point of being a fanatic. That thing goes south, you'll Ben Simmons those guys quicker than they came in and signed those contract extensions. That's a fact. That is the one beautiful thing about you guys. You know what? The fans give you their proper take on what's going on and how they look at players. Okay? I think Xander's already out. Sirianni, he knows. All right. Oh, man. Sirianni, okay. Right. I'm going to say something really cool about our very own John McMullen. I heard John McMullen on today. And I hand it to John. And to what Xander says, too, about that Jeff McClain guy, who, I got to make sure I paraphrase everything correctly, because I didn't paraphrase something perfectly for him. I got to give it to John. John was like, and he was using, I promised my aunt I wouldn't use that word today. John was dropping that D word, man, all this morning. And I was like, excuse me, I thought I was listening to my show. And I was like, what did I mean? He was on with Farsi, and I'm like, come again? I don't know what I'm listening to here. But he was critical of Howie, the way he answered the question about Reddick. And kudos to John. John also said he hates the Barkley deal. It's like, what? John does a nice job. I feel like I'm in a doctor's office being told sometimes that I've got 6 months to live. And I'm like this, am I dying? I'm like, am I dying? What do I, but he's like, am I dying or not? And I'm going like, what? Right? Am I dying? McMuffin is mad he was wrong about us signing Barkley. How do you know he's wrong? Barkley's washed up. Hey, that guy won't play past 7 games. 7 games. He won't play past 7. You watch. Oh, you're right. He's probably going to get healthier as he gets older. Because running backs normally do. Okay. I'm glad we are doing OTAs and mini camps this year. They added a couple too, Steven. We've never practiced or worked out as a team. We need Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter to never leave the treadmill. Hey, Steven, I got a feeling that that's got a lot to do with Vic and him wanting to have more practice time with the new players on defense. I think that's got a lot to do with the new coordinators. That they want to figure out how to use Barkley, and they want to figure out how to, spread the ball around a little bit better. They want I think this year they're giving the coordinators a better chance of success by adding more OTAs and such. That's my take on it. Sills, it seems like you live to blame Howie all the time. Steve, if that's how you're taking that I think you should be better than 1-3 in Super Bowls, and I think you should be 3-1. I'm sorry you feel it lands that way. I would hope that you would hope the opposite too. You win, but not the ultimate prize. What's wrong with wanting to be a champion? Don't you want to be a champion? Or do you just want to win? Being a winner, that's not that easy to do. But being a champion separates you amongst the boys. Wouldn't you rather be a champion instead of a winner? Hey, that guy was a really good winner. Yeah, but that guy's a champion. Don't you want to be that guy? Boy, I do. I'd like to stand out in a crowd. You're not looking to stand out in a crowd when you talk like that. Hey, I want to be a winner. You're not standing out in a crowd. Champions stand out in a crowd. Yeah, flexing. Champions are remembered. The 2017 Philadelphia Eagles will go down as the greatest championship football team and the greatest championship team in Philadelphia sports history. Flyers, Sixers, all that, Phillies. Pale in comparison to what you did in 17 and 1960. 60 and 17 are your crowning achievements. Not 74, not 73 and 74 with the Flyers, even though that's your only dynasty. 17 will be remembered and never forgotten. And the players on that team. 2022, 2004, 2003, the last game at the Vet are all colossal disappointments. And that's why you remember them. Being a winner is great. Being a champion is extraordinary. Stephen says we need the 2017 energy. I think you need the 2017 will to never quit. The 2023 team had no will to win. No, the 2023 team had no will to win the championship. You had no will to win a title. You had no will to win it. You lose your left OT. You lose starting linebacker Hicks. You lose all those guys that were on defense. For the 2000, you lost your quarterback. That's a will to win. That's a will to win. And put your ass on the line. I think the 23 team had an injured Jalen Hurts. Sam, when you say that and you come up with an injured Jalen Hurts and the RPO read option becoming a liability, okay, that back end is probably more true. But 2023, Hurts was hurt. So what? Mahomes has been hurt numerous times. He's won 3 titles. I mean, I know you can't compare Jalen or any quarterback to Patrick Mahomes. You're right not to. You're right not to, because there isn't one. It's not a fair comparison. I mean, 48, 49, 60, 17, four-time champion. It's great. That's great. Hey, Wayne, I'll tell you a little something since you're remembering those 48, 49. My uncle was on that 1958 Giants and Colts game at Yankee Stadium. Was it the 57 game or 58? I think it was 58. The 58 championship game that 79% of the televisions watched and brought the NFL into the television set. And he was in that game and would go on to be in the Hall of Fame. I tried to get him on the interview for that. You know what he said? You know, and he went to 6 NFL championship games. And he won one with the Rams and he won one with the Giants, a 56 title team. And I tried to get him on in the anniversary of that 1958 title game, losing to the Colts in overtime. He's like this, no way. No way is he talking about that game. My uncle's not talking about the 1958 championship game that the entire world watched him play in. And Amici scores. It's legendary. Legendary. How do you think I met Concrete and Bednarik? I met Chuck Bednarik through Andy Robustelli. Danny, come here. I want you to meet somebody. Who was the running back that was on that team? I forget. We were in New Jersey. Who was the running back from Oklahoma that was on that team I met? Oh, Jesus. Robustelli was there. Charlie Connolly was there. Dick Mogilewski was there. And I think Cat Cabbage was there. And there were 2 Philly guys. One was the running back that went to Oklahoma that was on that team in 1960 for the Eagles, and Bednarik. I met Bednarik back like when I was in college. What was that guy's name? God. Chuck was something else. Hands like this, man. Big old catcher's mitt. Hey, how you doing, kid? Wayne, you'll love it. How you doing, kid? Yeah, man. I used to get him on my show down in Tampa. Sills, would it be crazy to trade back to get extra picks? No. Take a corner and edge, first round, Edrin. No, it would not. It would not. Trade down. Hey, get this. How about this one, Breed? Trade down with the Bills, get a first rounder this year, next year, and trade down with the Buffalo Bills. You go right here. And I brought this yesterday up. Buffalo is at 30. You trade down from 22. You give them your 22 and you take the 30th pick. You get an OT down there. You get an edge down there, or you pick a linebacker down there. And you get Buffalo's 2025 first-round pick. If Buffalo thinks who they are, that pick's going to be down in the 30s anyway. And if Buffalo has an implosion year, say they win 6 games, you might get a top 10 pick. Is it that worth it too? If you trade down with Buffalo, see, Buffalo to me is going to be in a Tommy McDonald. Thank you, Charlie. That's the guy. I met Tommy McDonald. Hey, how about this, Andrew? Think of this. If you're not sure what to do down there, 22, why not trade down to 30? Pick up a first rounder next year with Buffalo. Buffalo, everyone's assuming they're going to win 12 games. Well, without Stephon Diggs, like you guys said, what if they don't? They win 6. You get a top 10 pick plus your own. So you'd get the 10th pick and the 30th pick. How'd you like to have that? And then if there's somebody in draft next year like Travis Hunter, you trade up to get him. Travis Hunter is the guy I want, not these guys. If I'm or to what Xander says, I either want Patrick Surtain or Travis Hunter. If I'm looking at a corner, the best corner in college football is not in the draft this year. He's got another year at Colorado. Okay? I mean, isn't that the guy you want taking over for James Bradbury or Darius Slay? Is Travis? You're not missing on Travis Hunter. You're not missing on him. Because what you do is you take the 30th and the 10th pick and you move up to 1 or 2 and you take them. And at 30, you take your OT that they're littered in with first-round potential. I mean, that's a thought. That's a thought to be in. Oh, one thing, though, that I will say about Deion Sanders. So Deion's going around saying that Travis Hunter's is going to play at very few places. And funny, most of them were Atlanta, San Francisco, Baltimore, and Dallas. 4 teams he played for. Don't you have to win more than 4 ball games before you start telling NFL teams and players where they can play and not play? I would think you'd have to win more than 4 ball games before you start dictating on where I'm going to play or not and if I'm going to play. You have not proven shit that you're a good head coach yet at Division I elite level with the Power 5 teams. You know, Jacksonville State is nice. But as a D1 coach, you won 4 ball games. Don't you think you got to win more than 4 before you start dictating where your son and where Travis Hunter plays? I mean, guy, you won 4 ball games. Where are you a good coach? You can't call yourself a good coach when you don't leave Boulder. You do everything over Zoom. You use the transfer portal, and you've only won 4 games. I mean, it's pretty arrogant that you would think just because you're Deion Sanders, you could tell some kid where he's going to play. And I would look at him and go, you're not telling me I'm going to play where I'm drafted. And I'm not playing at places just because you played there. I mean, what is that? It's ego and arrogance. Trade back in the 30s and draft Chop. Okay, hey, you go from 22 down to 30, Chop could be down there. So you get Chop, and next year you got 2 first-rounders. Is that not a good deal? Is that not a good deal? You trade down to 22 with Buffalo. You give Buffalo. So how many picks is you trade down there and you tell Buffalo, well, I'll take next year's first-round pick because you traded down. Okay? Deion going to be all right. He connects with those young guys. Hey, Andrew, that sounds great. Now let's see it. Let's see it. Got to beat Oregon, right? Can't just win 4 games and start talking shit. I mean, where does he come off as a good coach right now so far at Colorado? 4 wins is this is made in Hollywood. You got all the rappers, you got all the singers, you got all the Hollywood celebrities on the sidelines. At the end of the day, you got to win ball games. We had all that, but went undefeated. The Eagles was on that list too. What were they? I didn't see that, but that okay. Your boy Sapp is going to have the defense line rocking. Well, hey, good luck to Warren. You know, he's a GA. He's the highest paid GA in the country. You see that? They're paying him $150,000. You know why? They couldn't give him a university job because of the problems that he's had in his past with his legal issues. So they made him a GA. They couldn't hire him as the defensive line coach. So they hired him as a grad assistant. Grad assistants traditionally don't get paid, but he's making $150,000. Okay. Hey, hope it works out, man. Chop is going to be a bust, no production. Oh, wait a minute, Steven. So are you doing that because that's what you saw with Jordan Davis, right? Because Jordan Davis had no production in college. So you're applying that to Chop then, right? Okay. Denny asked a great question. Sills, I imagine playing in Miami, there were lots of distractions and ways to get into trouble down in South Beach. How did you guys lock it in? Simple. Jimmy Johnson. You want to have fun? You want to have freedom? Work hard. Keep your shit out of stuff. And by the way, it was very difficult. We had many arrests. Jerome Brown got arrested and thrown off campus for multiple weapons. We had many issues. It's just we didn't have social media. Our program would not exist in today's landscape because of we had issues. FBI was involved in many of them. We've had people that were accused of rapes. I'm not going to name names, but there was a lot of stuff. Our strength and conditioning coach was arrested for steroid distribution in South Florida. He was the biggest of all time. Pat Jacobs. That's easy. You can go online and read it. So we weren't Teflon. We had a lot of issues. And Jimmy had quite a job. We just didn't have social media. If we had social media, man. That's why when Rick Riley wrote that column or that story in Sports Illustrated, Miami's the only team that takes their team picture from the front and side. Imagine doing that with African-American kids who littered that roster, calling them criminals. Oh, wait. Catholics versus the criminals. That's what you called me as a kid. I was 19 years old. You called me a criminal. I went to Catholic schools too. And by the way, that tag has stayed with me. Sileo from Thug U. All these decades. I went to Thug U. All these decades. Stayed with me. Their headlines, Thug U, Dan Sileo hired to be radio host in Tampa. Thug U. Wow. Really? Cortez was my backup, along with Russell Maryland. They were our backups, and we helped them. I play a soundbite sometimes from Ed Ogeron that says those guys, they watched our tapes, which is true. They did cut-ups of ours, of Jerome and I, on how to play how to play the 3-and-1 technique. And Warren Sapp, Vince Wilfork, Jerome Brown, or not Jerome, Cortez and Russell Maryland. All those guys watched us and watched our films on how to play defensive line at Miami. Who was better at Miami, Jerome or Cortez? Jerome. Jerome's better than Sapp. Jerome. I've told some of you in here before, after a game, I'd have 10 tackles. All those game balls Jimmy gave me. See the white ones? I'd sit there and I'd go like this, work my ass off too, man. I'd go like this. I'd shake my head and I'd look over at him and he go, what's the matter? I go, man, I think you got 20 tackles today and like 3 sacks. He'd start laughing and I go, man, shit, I have to work for everything. Hey, or I would outproduce him. Like I'd have 12, 13 tackles and I'd have 2 sacks. He'd get in there and make these 3 gigantic plays. And we'd sit there and go like this. I'd shake my head and go, man, this guy's too much. Yeah, Steven, Jerome was just different, man. He just was different. He was so good. God. I don't think I've ever, you know what? Do I think Aaron Donald's better than Jerome Brown? Look, Fletcher Cox is not better than Jerome. He's no way. Is Aaron Donald better than Jerome? He's probably a better pass rusher. But Jerome used to pick people up and throw them on their head, offensive linemen, like Reggie did. I mean, I don't know. And he was 325 pounds. He was 325, 6'2". Donald's like 270 and 6 foot. He just annihilated people. Man. And then you put him on the same D line with Reggie. Reggie was stupid. Whew. Miami had NFL talent at every position for years, way before Bama. Absolutely. And our guys went on to the Hall of Fame. I think Nick has really done a great job. You know what Nick did that really was anti-Alabama? The wide receiver position at Alabama for 1,000 years was never anything. And now you get guys coming out of that program every year that are stars. You got stars at Alabama at wide receiver. Never happened during my time. I don't ever remember a wide receiver being great from Alabama. And now over the last 15 years, there's tons of them. Great football. Julio Jones he's going to get consideration for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Hey, Denny goes, Sills, I bet you saw Jerome do shit you never seen in your life. Denny, I told you the story about breaking up a Klan rally. Guy was crazy as sin. Crazy as sin. Google it. Sports Illustrated did a story. Hometown of Brooksville was having this parade come through. It was during the 4th of July. I was with the Bucks. I was playing for Hugh Culverhouse, that racist owner. Hey, need you. Get up here. Tim Jenkins, who follows me and is Jerome's best friend, got to get up here. Sure, all right. We need you. I see these guys in the hoods and the hat and all this. I go, what is going on? Oh, it's a Klan rally. I'm like, oh, my God. I go, I'm in a Klan rally? He goes, no, we're going to break it up. I'm like, we're going to break up a Klan rally. Jerome, are you high? No, we got to do this. This is my hometown. I'm like, oh, my God. This guy had these people defused. Everyone's drinking beers and eating hot dogs, all because Jerome stopped it. I'm like this. You know you're eating hot dogs with Ku Klux Klan guys. Yeah, so? I want my city banged up. That's why he wore 98 in college, because he was born on Highway 98. Let me take a time out. Crazy stuff, man. Hey, Denny, Jerome Brown, craziest guy I ever met, but one of the funnest guys I ever met. Crazy on and off the field. Absolutely. Hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
Underdog Fantasy is the easiest place to play fantasy sports, and certainly the easiest when you're watching the NBA. And the NBA playoffs are almost here, and you can win money making picks. What are you waiting for? Sign up on UnderdogFantasy.com and use the promo code WIN. An Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN. Get ready for the NBA and get ready for the NBA playoffs. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Use the promo code WIN.
Philadelphia fans, were cut from a different cloth. Born into a brotherhood and bonded to our team for life. We believe anything is possible because we've witnessed the impossible. While we may be from different neighborhoods, come Sunday, we are one, and we will be heard. Pondley Hockey, official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hi everybody, my name's Jason Lombardi. I'm an inspector at DryTech. At DryTech we offer three major services, the first one being basement waterproofing. The second service we offer is foundation and structural repairs. And then the third service that we offer is mold remediation. If you feel you are having a waterproofing issue, give DryTech a call or check us out online.
Mike Little was a union construction worker who was badly injured when he suffered a horrific fall because of someone's negligence. His life would change forever.
It was just a real downward spiral with everything you do, and you're sitting home by yourself all day. You can't go out because you can't drive, you can't walk well. It was just a horrible situation.
Call Brian Fritz at the Fritz and Beyond Cooley Law Firm at 215-548-2222.
EAGLES, Eagles.
There's no question. One of the guys posting here, Jerome would have been a first ballot Hall of Famer. Absolutely would have been a first ballot guy. So, I don't think there's any question to that. Can you imagine him and Reggie going in at the same time? It probably would have been. By the way, for the record, and I've said this too, and I've asked Reggie this when he was alive. If Jerome Brown didn't die, Reggie White and Jerome Brown may not have left Philly. But your owner loved Jerome because he's based in Miami. Okay? Norman Braman's based, and he's still alive, and I'm friends with him. Based in Miami. So he loved Jerome. And when Jerome died, a lot of that whole thing unraveled. And the owner thought that Reggie White, this is my opinion, thought he was anti-Semitic. And I don't believe that because he had anti-Semitic type comments that he had made at his church gatherings, and some of the stuff Norman Braman hated and thought his best years were behind him. And that's how he landed in Green. Either Cleveland or Green Bay he was going to land. I think even Cleveland offered him more money. Okay. No, it wasn't the gambling owner. It was Norman Braman, the guy who owned the Cadillac dealerships, and he still owns the Cadillac dealerships. Joe goes, is Cox a Hall of Famer? Man, he's right there. He's right there, Joe. He's right there. Depends who is being nominated. It really comes down, when it comes down to a guy like that, who's being nominated that respected year. Okay? It really does. Thank you for the super chat here, Death Row. Which one of these defensive ends in the draft can cover the flat and tight ends, because Vic Fangio is going to require that? Yeah, but here, that's not really the case here. I'll show it to you. Think about what he's going to do, Death Row. This is his defense. And I'm just going to give you the front 7. Okay. DE, nose tackle, DE, LB, 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 LB. This is what the front's going to look like. Okay? Kind of a nose tackle and defensive end. And I'm assuming that these defensive ends are probably going to be in 5 techniques off the shade of the right tackles with the tight ends. It's going to be the responsibility of this guy and this guy to cover backside of the backfield. You can't have a 275-pound guy sitting there covering. And that's why they look at Nolan Smith and Bryce Huff as being guys that, to them, can cover in space because of their speed. They're not physical guys. The problem becomes if you have a tight end out here and you have a tight end on these ends and they line up in a strong set, that means this linebacker here, this linebacker has to move up. Can he handle tight ends? Can Nolan Smith handle a tight end, which means the back gets out in the backfield? I don't think so. So you've got to look at personnel that's in the draft and go like this. Who is built like TJ Watt? Not Myles Garrett. Not like Donnell Hunter. But more like TJ Watt, Khalil Mack, Hassan Reddick, Micah Parsons, those kind of builds. Okay? Those kind of guys are the guys you're going to be looking at. And down there, the edge rusher, that kid from Missouri is built like that, Darius Robinson. That kid, Latu, he's kind of built like that, but he's kind of a tweener. He's like 253. The more I look at him, I think that Latu kid could be somebody the Eagles would have an eye on, because he's kind of the guy you could put in a 3 and a 2. This is why I like Chop. Chop is a guy you could play in a 34 and a 43, and you could put his hand in the dirt or stand him up. Okay? You can't have a big 275-pound guy out there covering tight ends and backs. Won't work. That 34 outside the Will and the Sam, they got a lot of responsibility, especially in open space, the wide side of the field. Can Nolan Smith cover the wide side? He runs a 4-3, okay? See, to me, you got to hide him. If you're going to play him and get him reps, if I'm Vic Fangio, you can't line him up on the line of scrimmage or any kind of contact. Like Dave Wannstedt said about Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner is no Will Anderson. They're completely different ball players. Will Anderson can line up on a tight end. He can line up in space. He's a football player, man. You know, Xander, I would make this point to you about Will Anderson. Will Anderson is probably one of the top 10 football players Nick Saban has had in his entire coaching career. From Toledo to Michigan State, LSU, and Alabama. I don't think there's a better defensive player he's ever coached. And I think Patrick Surtain's a heck of a ball player too. Okay. That's why he did not want to re-sign Reggie White. Probably so, because, Norman was sent sideways by Reggie's religious beliefs. That's kind of a hidden thing, though, Steve. Not many people realize that the religious beliefs that Reggie had didn't coincide with Norman Brayman. And Norman had a massive problem with that. And it was really Buddy who kind of kept everything away from the owner. And he deflected a lot of that shit with his attitude. So it was really him. But he did more than just build a defense. He kind of deflected a lot of the shit that was going on in Philadelphia at the time. Sills, does Vic see a little Von Miller and Nolan? Probably. And that's why the 34 and probably why they're going to give him an opportunity because of his athletic traits. Yeah. Yeah. Nolan Smith can't hold up against tackles. That's why you got to line him up wide, Steven. You're right. You can't put him in a position where he's in any kind of like traffic. I don't think he's big enough, and I don't think he's physical enough. I mean, he's just not, he doesn't carry a lot of body weight around him. He runs around him, right? And by the way, I hate that. Running around blocks takes you out of position. He's too small to play. Yeah. Okay. He just runs out of position. He runs himself out of the play constantly. Nolan Smith doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same sentence with Von Miller. That's Xander. That's what Vic sees. Or better yet, he hopes. But Nolan Smith, exactly. I mean, he's looking at his college traits, not his pro traits. And his pro traits don't coincide with Von Miller. Von Miller's a Super Bowl MVP. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. That's a Hall of Fame football player. Von Miller. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame football player. There's no getting around that. See, hey, look, okay, that's a good one. See, you still have to replace, though. I have a problem with Milton Williams being one of my defensive ends. I got a problem with Jalen Carter being one of my ends. Those are two interior tackles. They're not ends. They didn't play that position at Georgia. They played in a 5 front. You're asking them to do things that they've never done. Jalen Carter's going to have to play in a 5 technique or a 7 technique. Has he ever done it? Can't play Jordan out there. Now, Davis may benefit being on that nose. I'd rather have Milton to swing all 3 position, end, nose, left end, and sign verse or chop to take over for Brandon Graham. I mean, they got a lot of work to do on how this thing is going to look. He never played. How can you see something in him? He's never played really at the pro level defensive 5 technique. He's always been an interior, Milton Williams. And for them to project him at being left end, which is on the depth chart right now, according to Clint Hurdle, me too. I'd like to know how you project him there when he's never played there. You're playing a guy completely out of position that's never played that position. I don't know. How many sacks will Carter have in the new defense this year? It depends on Huff and Nolan and the other guys. Why do you think your sack totals were down last year? Josh Sweat's totals were down. Brandon Graham's totals were down. Funny, Fletcher Cox's totals weren't. You lost Hargrave. As a matter of fact, Hassan Reddick's numbers weren't really down. I mean, if you take into consideration, and see, this is where Howie's full of shit. First 4 games of the year, he had a cast on. He doesn't have a cast on. He has 15 sacks again instead of 11. That guy is not a less productive player because he came in with 4 less sacks, plus new coordinators. He would have had 15. Your volume of getting to the quarterback, and on top of that, I mean, you had 70 sacks. And the volume you had, what happens when you have high volume at pressure at getting home? Your routes are shorter. Your DBs are better. Bradbury was a casualty of not getting home and not getting sacks. He was a casualty. So was Slay. 3 picks, compared to the year previous. Plus, you had a slot corner that played Gardner Johnson with 6 picks. All of that played into the defense's demise. When you don't get home, those routes develop longer and deeper down the field. Last year, you were getting home quick, right? Well, quarterback has to throw the ball here. Last year, they didn't have to throw the ball until they were in their full edge of their route and almost 90% of the route completed. That's why your numbers were 31 in pass defense. And that's why you got killed. All right. Guys, awesome stuff as usual. I can't thank you enough, man. Cannot thank you enough. Please hit the like button. Xander, Big Joe, thank you. Tomorrow, 2 to 6. We'll see you on the flip.